Let us stand for the national anthem.
Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. Committed, hardworking, dedicated. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad.
Good night, good night. People of Weston, Lower Carlton, Dublin Road, Quick Hill, Upper Mount Stanford, The Garden. People of St. James North, Barbados Labour Party family, good night. And we are here tonight on the home stretch. And we are tonight going to speak the truth, nothing but the truth, and the whole truth.
Oh, Lord.
I can see this crowd, as the young people would say, gonna be burst. As we are here tonight in support of Chad Blackman. Chad Blackman, the BLP candidate in the upcoming by-election on Wednesday, May 24th for St. James North. We have a very packed list of speakers tonight who are going to tell you what the plans are, what this government, what this Barbados Labour Party government has been doing ever since we took office in 2018 and the other plans that we have. Of course, you will hear from our candidate, the big man. And I do not care how much support they make at him. He's a big man. He's going to share some big licks on the 21st. We're in this together. And you see all red represents the blood. And there's some blood that can never be defeated. That is the blood of Jesus Christ. So we pronounce tonight a blessing on this meeting, a blessing on this by-election, and the gates of hell will not prevail. I'm Peter Phillips, your co-chairman tonight, and we are going to get started. We have come into us someone who I've known for many, many years. I call her a teacher, a trainer, one who has who has imparted a lot of energy, who has imparted a lot into my life. She is the Member of Parliament for St. James South. Put your hands together and welcome our first speaker, Sandra Husbands.
Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole love for this country.
All right. Chad Blackman is ready. A very pleasant and warm good night to the good people of St. James North. Let me hear you. And a wonderful, warm good night to the wonderful people of the Barbados Labour Party. Let me hear you. All right. It is my pleasure to be here in Weston, St. James. And the reason why I've enjoyed our time here in St. James North, it has been pleasurable for us to be walking the streets of Weston, Rockdundo, Westmoreland, Carlton, you name it. Because everywhere you turn, you are meeting the wonderful people of St. James North. St. James North people are the epitome of the Barbadian spirit. When they greet you, it is with a warmth and a courtesy. When they engage you, they're dignified. When you talk with them, you hear the caring spirit in the people of St. James North. And it has been our deep, deep pleasure to be here and to offer to you, our colleague, the big man with the big vision and the big passion, our Chad Blackman. And on his behalf, I want to thank you all for the warm embrace that you have given him and that you've given to his candidacy. We believe deeply in our heart he is the right man for you here in St. James North. And it is with pleasure that we offer him to you, for you to vote for him on Wednesday, early in the morning. Put the vote 6 a.m. Make sure you do it before you go to work. This is how we're going to bring Chad home. Now, one of the things that I have been impressed with, as I said, is the essence of the spirit of the people of St. James North. They represent true Barbados. One of the things that impressed me as a politician is whenever you ask the question, what are the issues? What are the things you feel need to be addressed? You know what the response has been? Whether you ask the question over in the garden or you ask it up in Sand Hill, it has always been the same. Every person said to me, I don't need anything for myself. What we want is for our community. And I commend that because it speaks to the community spirit of this constituency. And what do they mean when they say we want things for the community? They're talking about what we do for the schools, what we do for the roads, what we're doing about housing, how are we going to help the young people, how are we going to get jobs. They want to know what it is we are doing. And I have had the pleasure to be able to share with them what are the things the Barbados Labour Party has been able to do since we've come into office, because we are a party on a mission. We are a party with a vision. because we have come to office to be able to bring transformation to Barbados. And it's important for you to know why. We've invited you on this journey, but if you're journeying with us, you must understand why. If you are journeying with us, you must understand that it will take all of us to make this work. If you're going to come on this journey with us, it is important that you set your face forward towards this vision and move unflinchingly to the goal. You have to stay the course. That's what we want to invite you and tell you tonight. You have to stay the course. Let me explain why I say this. When you interact here and you talk to people about their lives, they tell you various little things about them. So they may say things like, I have 3 children, and what I want them to succeed in life. I want them to get training. I want them to get a job. And sometimes when they talk about their lives, they tell you about how they got the house that they built. And like many Barbadians across this country, everybody does not have $1 million sitting in a bank. Everybody does not have a big job paying them thousands and thousands of dollars every month. So some of them cannot go to a bank and get a big mortgage to build a house. But in the spirit of every Barbadian is that desire to own their own home. And many of them have done what Barbadians do. They set a course. We are going to build a house. But they know they cannot do it like how other people do it. They know that they have to throw a meeting turn. They know that they have to go to the credit union. They know that they have to do a little extra, raise some pigs, raise some chickens, do something. But they set their focus on where they have to go and they stay the course. They know that they can't go and move out and go somewhere else to live while the house building. They know they have to stay in the house and build around the old house and gradually tear down the old while the new is building until they succeed. And whether it takes them 3 months or 6 months or 8 years or 5 years or 2 years, they understand what they need to do to get that house. And that is the indomitable Barbadian spirit at work. And why is this important for us as a nation? That spirit has to possess all of us. As a nation, we don't have the type of resources other countries have. We can't go and put our hand on billions of dollars and quickly change everything that is around us. But as a government, when we came to office, we recognized that we had to build out a strategy that was based on our circumstances. We recognized that we had to establish what were our clear goals and vision and begin to work with our circumstances and our constraints and seek to make it work just like how any ordinary Barbadian does in getting that house, building it brick by brick, step by step, bag of cement by bag of cement, little by little, but staying on course. And so when the Mia Mottley administration came to office, one of the things I never forget, Prime Minister said to us, we have a choice before us. Our country was so far down in a hole, whether it was the $16 billion in debt, whether it was the 14 downgrades, whether it was the lack of foreign exchange, we were so far down in a hole that if we had not had the courage of our convictions, if we sat and cried and threw up our hands, Barbados would have failed as a state. It was that bad. But Prime Minister said to us, we have a mission. She said, our mission is not about how we are going to restore Barbados to where it was. She said that where Barbados was before was no longer tenable for us to aim for. Why? Because the Barbados of the past was not a Barbados that would be ready for the future. And she recognized that we needed to move towards a future that was sound and secure. And so she said, we are going to make the bold move of not just rescuing Barbados, we are going to transform every part of this Barbadian society and take the Barbadian values, the Barbadian wisdom, the Barbadian strength of character, and we are going to build our fortunes on the global platform. And that's why you will hear her say, we need to create Bajans, Barbadians with good, deep Barbadian roots, but who are ready for the global space. And that is what we did. So what were some of the things that we sought to do as a part of that strategy? First of all, in our transformation, we said we have to come to a firm decision. We have to transition to a republic because we are craftsmen of our own fate. We then had to look at all the things we had to work with. We saw that there were problems with sanitation service collections. We were able to bring in a number of sanitation trucks that were able to help us keep this nation clean. We recognized that the port was inefficient, and a lot of work went into transforming the port. We recognized, for example, that we were not able to get people backward and forward on time. So we introduced electric buses. She didn't buy diesel buses. She didn't want to just rescue. She wanted to transform. So we bought electric buses so that we could go into the future. We have fixed more than 80 roads in this Barbados. And there are many, many more that need to be fixed. But we are not just fixing the way we used to fix before. What we have set before us is that we are using new materials that are more resilient and will withstand this unseasonal rain that we are experiencing, because we were here not just to rescue, we were here to transform. And that is why we are inviting you to stay the course. It's not only in relation to the physical structures, but one of the things we recognize is that for Barbados to thrive in the future, transformation had to happen in the heart of the average Barbadian. We had to do something about what we were teaching our children. We had to do something about the fact that so many of our youth were at risk of getting involved in crime or falling between the cracks and not being able to get a job or sitting in despair, feeling frustrated. And therefore, we committed as a country to make sure that we not just rescue education, that we transformed education. And so we started the journey, but the journey is a long one, but the journey can be accomplished. And what has happened so far? Millions of dollars have been set aside in relation to education transformation. And what we started to do was to look, first of all, what are we teaching our children? How are we teaching them? And immediately the Ministry of Education put in place programs that have started retraining all of our teachers to develop new and better ways of teaching our children, to make learning more interesting, to make it more effective, to get children to enjoy and love learning in the way that we used to when we were years ago. And what we are doing is investing in our children, because we recognize that if we're going to build a new Barbados, we had to start with our children. And so we started. But children, in order for them to learn, they have to be in surroundings and an environment that is stimulating, that is safe, that is attractive. And so this year, the Ministry of Education is working on 18 schools in this country. There are 8 that are in dire need of immediate attention. And so those 8 are going to have fast, quick, remedial renovations. And then there are another 10 that we're going to be transforming to make them fit for purpose, so that when our children go to school, they have a wonderful experience that they want to repeat over and over and over again. A better trained teacher, better classroom management, better surroundings, better equipment, so that our children will fall in love with learning all over again. These are the things that we are doing to transform what is happening with our children. But in my ministry, the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, we too have been mandated to work hand in hand with the Ministry of Education. Chad was put in charge of the Ministry of Education transformation. And I know Prime Minister is looking forward to you good people in St. James North giving her the opportunity to welcome him as your MP so that he can take up his position as Minister of Education for Barbados. And that's important. We look forward to having him rejoin our team. And so, as his partner ministry, the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, we also have work to do. We have to transform tertiary education to ensure that when our children come from secondary school, that they can find a place that they can go to gain skills. Now, why is that important? For a number of years, our tertiary institutions have been turning away our children because we didn't have the room, we didn't have the space. And therefore, clear attention needed to be taken to tertiary education. And one of the things I'm happy to report to you today is that my team has been working all these last 2-3 weeks looking at how can we expand the number of children that apply to come for tertiary education. And I know it's important because I hear it in my constituency. I know it is important because right here in St. James North, a number of young people said to me, I have applied, but I don't know if I will get through. I don't know if there will be room for me. And if we are to ensure that children have the hope of a future, we have a responsibility as a government to expand access to education. And that is what we have been doing. And there's more work coming to help us complete the transformation. And that's why we say to you, stay the course with us. We know what we're doing. We know how to deliver. I had the privilege when I was speaking with a young man. He was up in Carlton, Upper Carlton. And he expressed interest in agriculture, and I was pleased to hear it. These days, you hear people say that young people are not interested in agriculture, but what I realize is that children don't have the opportunity to be exposed to agriculture, and then they don't have the opportunity to learn about agriculture, either at primary, secondary, or tertiary. And since this government has come into office, what we have done is we have introduced agriculture and strengthened it at the primary schools, in the secondary schools. But we are going a step further. We know that we must build farmers who are business people. We know that with climate change, that the climate is destroying people's crops, and this will discourage people from farming. So the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, what we will be launching at the end of the year is an Institute for Agriculture down at Hope, St. Lucie. This is 45 acres of land that has been set aside for teaching agriculture to the people of Barbados and to the people of St. James North. We've got a number of buildings already up, and shortly you will hear more about it as we look to open that particular school. But what are we going to be doing? We are going to be working on climate smart agriculture. We're going to be working on agro-processing. We're going to be working on how to run a commercial agribusiness. We're going to be looking at smart technology. And it is going to be open to every single Barbadian who wants to know about agriculture. So when I say to you, stay the course, I am telling you that there are things coming down the pipeline that will continue our journey of transformation and bring Barbados to be a republic that we can be proud of. So let us just stay that course. But we not only have to stay the course, sometimes you got to get people to change course to come back to where we are going. And I started talking earlier about children who are at risk. And one of the things I'm happy to report to you today is that the Ministry of Education has identified a special program for youth who are at risk. And we are going to be working hand in hand with the children at tertiary, the children at secondary, and we're going to be putting in place a program that is transformative and helps that child to stay focused and stay centered on his life and his development. And so we are looking forward to those programs helping us to bring change to Barbadians. Now, once we are able to reclaim our youth, I think that many parents will breathe a sigh of relief, because it is hard for parents to see your child going astray. It is hard for parents to see their children hopeless. It is hard for children, for parents, to recognize, to suspect that their child is in something wrong. And that is why part of our mandate as a government is to seek to bring hope to parents, that we will be their partner in working with their children to help to transform their lives. And that's why we ask you to stay the course with us. We want to transform nutrition, the NCDs. So we ask you to stay the course with us. We tell you that, like Nehemiah, I don't know how many of you remember Nehemiah, but those of you who are familiar with the story know that Nehemiah went with a group of people to help rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. And they had all sorts of obstacles, all sorts of discouragement. But Nehemiah had to say to himself, I am not coming down from this wall. I must rebuild the walls of Jerusalem so that when we, the people, occupy Jerusalem, those walls will keep us safe. And that is exactly what we're doing as a government. Now sometimes, and I'll finish with this, sometimes you will hear people talking about how much money we're borrowing. You will hear people talk about how the Prime Minister flying here and there. But let me tell you this. There is no way to transform the pipes, the roads, the housing, the education, the Sanitation Services Authority without borrowing money. But what you must have when you are borrowing money is good management. And good management is what we have in the Miyamoto administration. Vision, competence, and the ability to transform. Prime Minister Motley has carved a path on the global platform for Barbados to walk on. That is the honest truth. Had she not carved that path, the favor that Barbados has had in terms of being able to get financing, we could not have gotten it. If she had not gone and articulated the policy, if she had not gone and challenged them and wooed them, believe me, we would not be where we are today, being able to climb out of that hole. And we have to thank her for that. So Barbadians, stay the course. Barbadians, we are transforming. St. James North, stick with Chad. Vote for Chad. Bring home Chad. And we will bring a transformed Barbados to you, to give you a life, to give you security, and to give you a future.
We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. 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 Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad.
Thank you, Sandra Husbands.
Big vision, big passion.
Good night to the good people of St. James North. Good night to the people of Weston or Western. Good night, Weston. Good night, Beers Road, Dublin, Crick Hill, all of St. James North, BLP family, those online, those not from the BLP, the GLP in the crowd. Good night and welcome to St. James North. We are here to support our candidate. And by we, I, Kevon Henry, am asking you this Wednesday, go to the polls and support Chad Blackman of the Barbados Labour Party and support Mia Motley as Prime Minister. Tonight, you will hear from this platform a lot of reason, a lot of good on why your vote for Chad will be an earned vote. So we've canvassed this constituency up and down, and many of you said, we good, you got it covered, why you wasting time? We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that we good and we got it covered. We want to hear that you are enthusiastic, and come Wednesday morning, you're going to put on your clothes, you're going to get to the polls, and you're going to put that X next to Chad Blackman's name for the BLP, for Mia Motley, for Barbados, for progress, and to ensure that we put to bed the nonsense that people have been telling us for the last year or so. So tonight, you're going to get all the reason. You're going to hear all the reasons why you can support this BLP. We can even speak to some of you who may even be a little bit undecided for some reason or the other, or feel like if the politics in for them. But as this program goes on, those of you particularly listening at home, because we can see all of you here in your red, and we know that you here, your minds are made up. But for you who are home, I want you to pay attention to each speaker. And tonight they're going to have a message for you. They're going to give you a message on why Chad is your choice. So support the next speaker coming to the stage to tell you more about who we are, about who the Barbados Labour Party is, and who Barbados is with the BLP, is Senator Gregory Nichols, who has given service. Welcome, Gregory, to the stage.
Good night to you, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night, the people of St. James North. It has been my pleasure to work in this community in Weston over the last 2.5 weeks, leading a canvassing team to support my good Labour Party friend and my former Senate colleague, Mr. Chad Blackman. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, we have learned so much about how we as a family in Barbados, a people in Barbados, can come together and have a constructive discourse about the future of our country. And I'm proud tonight to stand on this platform because we have a political party where our mission is to transform this country and to make lives better for all Barbadians. And that is the enduring mission of this Barbados Labour Party. We understand that the circus is in town. We understand that the clowns have come to St. James North. In fact, they don't even know that this is the constituency of St. James North. Some people call it the St. James constituency. Some people call it St. Peter North. There are some who are so inebriated that they can't even say nothing at all. But as I was leaving home tonight, my kids, like most young people on social media, were reflecting on the other side and their catastrophe last night and laughing. And my son said to me, "Daddy, chill. Chill. I want you to be a little more chill tonight." And I have reflected on that. And the truth is that while we can make sport at what the other side is doing and what they have offered up in this by-election, we know what our mission is. We have come to this country not ashamed of our record. You lived for 10 years under the Dems. and you understand the difference between the two political parties. But this Labour Party is not going to rest on its laurels. And I want to continue the theme tonight that Sandra Husbands laid out, which is the goal of transformation. Our visionary, astute leader brought Chad Blackman back to Barbados to help in the mission of transforming Barbados. We have transformed the economic fortunes of this country in a short period of time. We have had to restructure our debt, and then we have had to deal with the COVID crisis. But we have been able to be resilient, we have been able to be resolute, and we have been able to rebuild Barbados to this day. But the mission of transforming Barbados does not end. And I want to say this to you within the context of some of the social ills that we have to grapple with as a country together. And I want to suggest to you that if we were to commit ourselves to the transformation of the education system in Barbados, that is the key, in my humble estimation, to resolving a lot of the social ills that still plague small developing states, particularly those in the Caribbean. We are not unlike with the rest of the world in the Caribbean. My colleagues in Jamaica are now grappling with the fact that the court last week struck down a state of emergency because in several parts of Jamaica, they are under a state of emergency where their constitutional rights have been suspended because they cannot get a hold of the crime situation. We don't have that challenge in Barbados, and God forbid. But the challenge is still real, my friends. And what Barbadians have understood from time immemorial was that when our Labour parties came to office in the early part of the last century, there's a social contract between the government and the people to deliver a better life for the people. And education has been the linchpin of Barbados' development over many, many years. But my friends, our education system is not fit for the times that we live in. And when we talk about transforming the education system in Barbados, don't get sidetracked. We are not talking about the abolition of the common entrance exam alone. Chad Blackman is the minister, or was the minister of education transformation. And it is our hope that the Prime Minister continues to have that confidence in him when you, the people of St. James North, give us Chad Blackman as the next parliamentary representative for St. James North. But education transformation must also take cognizance of the fact that we need to build a country that is globally competitive. We need to build a country where our young people can do like Chad Blackman and become global leaders. Barbadian citizens can be global leaders. The world that we live in is being transformed as we speak. Many teachers teach with chalk and talk, or they write on the whiteboards with markers and they transfer knowledge. That has been the methodology of our educational system for many, many, many years. But we live in a technological world. We live in a world that is requiring us to consider how we grapple with artificial intelligence. We live in a digital space that if we do not build the capacity for our young people to be able to function in a digital age and an age of artificial intelligence, that we could be left behind. And all of the planks that we have stood on firmly as a little country since we have been independent, we will find that we are further and further behind. So the mission of education transformation is what I consider to be one of the most important elements of the work of this Barbados Labour Party going forward in the next couple of years to come. And why is that important? We want our children to be rooted in Barbadian values but still have an understanding of the world around them. When you hear the other side, they don't speak to these things. They are incapable of conceiving ideas and plans to take the country forward. And that is because they are rooted in an old philosophy. A philosophy that has not gone past Errol Barrow. A philosophy that tells you, look, when Oinata and Hilary Beckles together said, look, 1 graduate per household, that is the mission. The Dems did everything in 10 years to dismantle the hopes of young Barbadians. And it was purpose work. And the reason why they did it was because the Barbados Labour Party was making a headway in transforming tertiary education and making it more accessible to Barbadian students. I come from a community in St. Thomas where I can show you every single house in Arthur where there's a university graduate. And I can show you the houses that have no university graduate. And there's a difference. We know what education, were it not for education, I could not be here talking to you tonight. So we were serious about it. But the Dems came in and licked up the university. Stop paying fees for students going to the university. And I'm not talking about cutting the tuition and making students pay. They owe the university millions of dollars and refuse to pay. University was struggling. And that was purpose work because the Barbados Labour Party had begun to make inroads in education. I want to say to you, my friends, we cannot go out to you and say we are a serious country without building a new platform for our young people. We know what the challenges are. A lot of the programs and how we deliver education is out of sync with the needs of our economy. This is an economy that is also transforming, and therefore we need to put people in place. And you heard Sandra speak about the Agricultural Institute. Gone are the days where farmers have little technology in order to compete with climate change, low water from rain. We get lots of rain, but it is not at the levels where farmers can sustain their crops and their livestock because we have a low water profile, rainfall profile in Barbados. We understand that our education system has lacked accountability. There is little effective monitoring of what goes on in our schools, and the Ministry of Education has struggled for many years to hold the system accountable to delivering for our children. That cannot be, my friends, a situation that we can continue. We understand that there's a disconnect between the policy creation and implementation. We understand that the legislation which was passed by Louis Tull in the 1980s is not fit for purpose to regulate the education sector today. We understand that there have been indiscipline in our schools and a decline in student engagement. You cannot shout at young people anymore. You have to engage them where they are. And any parent will tell you that if you do not engage your children and treat them with respect, you can't holler at them and tell them go in the corner. They're not going to learn in that environment. We understand that bullying and violence is a feature that we have to deal with in our schools. And therefore we have to give the teachers, the principals, and the officials in the Ministry of Education the support necessary to stamp out these ills in our education system. We understand that parents are not sufficiently involved in the PTAs and in the work of the schools like they were before. There was a National Association of Parent-Teacher Associations that was a strong voice that blended that work of the teacher at the school and parents and people in the communities at home and making sure that our children had a safe and solid foundation. So we want to enhance student outcomes. We want to design programs customized to student skills and abilities. There's so many great things happening in our world today, but we need to make sure that our children can have access to them. And therefore, technology is important. Technology is vitally important. And we saw what we had to do during COVID when the schools closed. The gaps in our system where there were children who did not have access to tablets and laptops and fell behind. We have to address those. If we do not address these, those children who have gone through the education system in Barbados will come out deflated without any qualifications and create other social problems for us. So for us in the Barbados Labour Party, my friends, while we have come here tonight to tell you about what we will do in education and how we want you to vote for Chad Blackman so he could get to work with Sandra and help transform education, I cannot celebrate before the victory has come. I want you to go out in your numbers and make sure that at the end of the count, the score is 62-0 in favor of the Barbados Labour Party. I want you to make sure that you send a strong message to that disgruntled lot, to that drunken lot that have been masquerading in the name of a great party, that have not come to the people of Barbados with a solid developmental idea in 30 years. I want you to send a strong signal that our democracy is strong, that people are not afraid to express their views in this country, and that there's no political victimization at all in this Barbados. We have always been a blessed country. You can walk in any community in this land without fear. You don't have to look behind your back. There are no political garrisons in this country. I want you to take the rhetoric of the Democratic Labour Party and dismiss it on the 21st of May. I want you to send a signal to Ralph Thorne that the Barbados that he describes is not the Barbados that we want for our children. It is not the Barbados that we live every day. We will go to work and continue our stewardship of the country. We will transform the education sector. We will transform all of the necessary industries in Barbados to give them a foothold in that platform of development. I can't talk to you tonight about the things that we will do with cricket and music and bringing them more sports and cultural activities in the schools and getting young people engaged in wholesome activities because time does not permit. But this is what educational transformation is all about, my friends. This is what Chad Blackman will be doing when he goes to work on the 22nd of May as the next Minister of Education Transformation, and more importantly, as the next parliamentary representative of the constituency of St. James North. Therefore, my friends, in my closing pitch to you, stay the course. Keep your eyes on the goal. Continue to love and cherish and honor the blessed land that we call Barbados in which we live. It is not perfect, my friends, but we will work hard as a government, and we can work hard with the people in Weston and Crick Hill and Bears Road and Upper Weston to deliver for you. Look at this beautiful facility here. We ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. You have been faithful to us in St. James North, my friends, and the Barbados Labour Party will be faithful to you. We will give you a proper representative in the tradition of the Barbados Labour Party dating back from Lammy Craig, Royal Eastman, and Edmund Hickson. We have brought the best to you, and therefore, I only want you to do what is best for yourselves. Vote Chad Blackman. I want, when I am counting the votes, to hear Blackman, 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 Blackman. Good night, and God bless all of you.
We going big, we going big, we going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman.
Yes, 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 yes. We're going big with Chad Blackman. Now, I just want to give you a little something here tonight. We got to keep it moving because we have men and women of substance. This platform tonight is a platform of substance, truth, not time for distractions. People talking about bread and how much bread somebody eat and all of that. But look at this crowd tonight. Not only the crowd big, not only Chad the only big person, the crowd big tonight. All where this crowd is big. And the people of Weston and St. James North are in this day to support Chad Blackman.
Oh, Lord.
But what I want to say to you, for all of you from St. James North, make sure you go out on the 21st. I want you to do it in style. I want you to put some pep in your step, a dip in your hip, a glide in your stride, and vote for Chad Blackman. People got time to waste looking at this size and all kind of foolishness. We ain't got time for that tonight. We dealing with substance. We dealing with why you should go out and vote for Chad Blackman. I was in Upper Quick Hill Saturday. And everywhere I turned, every house I went to, you know what they tell me? Man, he good. Don't worry about it. No, but I want to say you that I'm not worried about it. What I want you to do for me is to ensure, because support is not votes. Support does not win you a seat. I know that you know and that you are going to go and give a vote, each man his vote on the 21st. And then when we come to the night of the you think you see wed yet? Tell Ralph Thorne he ain't see wed yet. When's the night? All St. James gonna be wed. Chad. The next speaker I'm going to bring to you tonight is appears to be a quiet person. But she has some fire in her bosom. I have watched her grow politically from the St. George North by-election up to this moment. She has a record of representing people irrespective of who they are or irrespective of who she has to tussle with. I bring to you tonight the Member of Parliament for St. George North, Tony Moore.
We going big. We going big. We going big.
Go big or go home.
Big man.
Good night to Weston. Good night to the people of Weston. Good night to the people of St. James North. Let me show off a bit on the opposition. Good night to my friends up in Beards Road. Good night to my friends in Dublin Road and Lower Carlton. Good night to those in Chapel Gap. I know you and it has only been 2 weeks. I didn't need to be around for 10 years. I didn't need to be around for the year and a half that you said Chad has been around. But I know you, so I don't have to get up and say good night to the constituents of the St. James constituency. Nor do I have to get up and say good night to the people of St. Peter North. Because there's one St. Peter and there's one constituency that is going to go to the polls come May 21st. And the name that you are going to be voting for is the name at the top, the name that will come out on top, Chad Blackman. Let me hear you. No, that's as much fur as y'all gonna get. Because guess what? I come with a simple message tonight. And it is a message to tell you about the importance of your vote. You heard the chairperson saying it a short while ago when he said, support is not votes. And that is what our team for the Barbados Labour Party has been on the ground steadfastly ensuring that we reason with you so that you understand that saying I support the Barbados Labour Party and saying that Chad Blackman got this is not votes, and it is votes that we come for. Now from the top of Bears Road down to the bottom, when I hear a rouge, I hear we going red. But I have been saying to the people, that is not votes. That is not what is going to win the election. And tonight, I come to you after spending 5 days in the Dominican Republic. What was I doing there? A colleague of mine who you will meet later tonight as well, we were at a trade union congress. Trade Union Confederation of the Americas. And on Thursday in that Congress, it was an almost chilling moment. Not that we haven't seen what happens when people don't hold their democracy sacred. Not that we haven't seen what happens when people don't go to the polls and vote. But to hear it from the AFL-CIO, which is what the largest union, not one of, but the largest union in the USA. And to hear them lamenting the fact that working people did not show up in November last year and vote. And to hear them lamenting the consequences of that inaction. I felt that as I took to the stage tonight on this platform, that I should spend some time speaking to you on the importance of your vote, but more importantly, the importance of holding our democracy dearly. There are some that will tell you that a democratic society is one where there is an opposition. And I want y'all to listen to me because I promise not to be long. There are some that will come to you and will say to you that a democratic society is one where there is an opposition. But I want to challenge you tonight that you can have a democracy, and a democracy perhaps thrives best where there is an opposition, but not just any opposition. And I want that as we vote in St. James North on May the 21st, I want that you will say loudly that while we may support the need for an opposition, we are not settling. Because there is a number of people going around, a small group though they might be, but they are filling the airwaves and they're filling the streets. They're filling your ears where you would listen with a lot of misinformation. And I want to debunk some of that misinformation tonight. One of the things that we will hear is, Kadir, you need a change. The Barbados Labour Party had it too long and they did nothing for the people down here. So you need a change. I want to ask you a question, those of you who will have that right to exercise come the 21st of May. When you go and vote for change, and the change that you are voting for is what is being presented by the opposition, how much better off do you think you will be? I want to remind you of the 2013 general election. In the 2013 general election, there was an elderly lady that was used on the bus system to talk about the bus system. Any of you remember who her name is? Miss Mapp. Miss Mapp that was subsequently put out of the LP headquarters, got shut out of the LP headquarters. But that's not what I'm speaking about. They used Miss Mapp to suggest to Barbados that a vote for the Barbados Labour Party would be the end of the public transport system as we know it. You remember that? But it was that same Democratic Labour Party when the people gave them the vote in 2013 that came in and supervised, managed over a depleted transport board fleet. You remember that? And which party was it that restored the fleet at the transport board? Up to 3 weeks ago, we saw 30 buses rolling out, and you could only see them, but you couldn't hear them because there were new electric buses rolling out to the port into the transport board. Misinformation evidence number one. They told you, they have been saying in this election as well, that the roads need doing. That is not the lie. The roads in St. James North need doing. The roads in St. George North need doing. The roads across Barbados need doing. But it is because, by and large, an administration managed over the non-implementation of a road infrastructure in Barbados. And so when the Barbados Labour Party came to power, what did they have to do? They had to be responsible for roads across the entire network of Barbados, across all 30 constituencies. So when they tell you, and I want you to listen to this because this came from their platform, that the people of Barbados and the people of St. James North pay taxes so they need their roads done, you say to them, yes, but why didn't you do it when you were in power? Why didn't you give the people of St. George North a single road? Why is it that the 10 roads that Eddie boasts about that I got a problem with, but the 10 roads that Eddie boasts about were done only under the Barbados Labour Party administration? And all of us in here, we might not all have the luxury of managing public policy, managing the public purse, but we deal in our homes, and we know if we have $2,000 a month, if we have $500 a week, if we have $4,000 a month, and we can't make ends meet, there are some things we have to give priority to, and there are some things we have to look and say that will wait until later. And this government has been doing it, not perfect, you would say, but where are you getting the money from? You need to fix the hospital. You need to fix the roads. You need to fix education. You need to make sure that the dollar don't get devalued. That was the first priority. All of these things. And they would come to you as if they expect that in you they will find a people so disconnected from the reality that you would say, true. Y'all are the people we want back because it is as if we don't remember 10 years ago. It is as if we don't remember 15 years ago. Y'all are the people we want back because this Barbados Labour Party is doing nothing. If that is what you think, St. James North, if that is what you think, BLP family, in the hearing of my voice, I want to hear you say we want them. Now that is bold. That is bold of me because I know that there going to be some Dems in the crowd. There have to be some undecided people in the crowd. But nobody, even when we talk to the people that say, I am not sure I am going to vote, you know what they have been telling us? But I know I'm voting for them. And that is why I could understand that coming from their platform last night. One that they introduced as a trade unionist, they know what to say. So all he was there saying is, I don't know. Oh, but I can't. Oh my goodness, I am so depressed because all I keep hearing is that we are going with Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. And if that means Chad Blackman, we are going with Chad too. So from one trade union who is depressed to one trade union who knows what it is to bear the brunt of criticism, but who does not let it deter her as long as she is standing in the gap for the people. I say to that other would-be, once was trade unionist, Kadir. But that is not the kind of politics that we expect on May 21st, not Kadir politics. I keep reiterating that when we go to the polls on the 21st, just like when we go to the polls, whenever that bell generally is rung, we will be saying BLP, 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 and whoever comes for the BLP, because we know in the Barbados Labour Party, the party of Grantley Adams, we get what Labour deserves. I remember hearing about the history of politics in Barbados, because I didn't live through it. Just as many of us have not lived through it. It's only people really in the 80s, in the age group of the 80s and 90s, that can truly appreciate the struggle. Most of us gathered here, and most of you in the hearing of my voice will be students of history. So you would have heard about the struggle. My organization knows the struggle, having been formed 3 years after the Progressive League. And in that struggle, one would think that 83 years later, so much would have changed as the hero, national hero Grantley Adams envisioned it. But there is a lot that as you move forward, you find that there are steps back being taken. And I happen to be on the first hand of the receiving end back in 2017. I remember well as a young trade unionist now taking up the mantle of General Secretary and having to go and fight and join a sister trade union on behalf of the workers of BIDC. And as we were appealing to a government to lend us an ear, at least give us the audience that we could reason. None of that. We had a prime minister that said, I will not insert myself into that situation. That's what we heard on the news, and that is before the trade union leaders were compared to rapists and thieves. But I also know what it is for an administration in 2020, at a time where so many unions across the world were repealing rights, not unions, but governments and private sector companies, repealing the rights of workers. I know what it is for a prime minister to say, I might be well-intentioned, my government might be well-intentioned, but we need labor to come in and be the conscience of this party to ensure that working men and working women will not fall under, but that even in the worst of circumstances that we are presented with, working men and working women can thrive. And has it been perfect? Certainly not. But I don't know for the life of me how a trade union could be uttering what I've been hearing from some that aligns to what we got coming off of the DLP platform. One of the things they said, and they have rejected point blank, is the fact that $2 will be added to the minimum wage effective June 1st. Can you believe that? $2 an hour being added to the minimum wage, and trade unionists or the party of Errol Barra saying that it can't work. Now is not the time to institute it. Can you imagine that they are arguing that you have to be able to balance prices with incomes? Where were they when prices were being brought into balance? As far back as 3 years ago in 2022, we added to the basket of goods, and that was in a social compact with labor, the private sector, and the government. And then again in the budget this year, it wasn't so much that you added sanitary items and multivitamins and so on, but people that got sweet milk could benefit from stew pork added, could benefit from sausages being added, pineapple and so on. So how is it when I tell you, when I come to you and I speak to you about democracy and your vote, you don't have to go far to see. We have seen the evidence in the United States where people who didn't vote are now suffering. People who were undecided and didn't vote are suffering. The few who turned out to vote for the future that they wanted to see for themselves and their children, they are suffering. Because when people who have that right of franchise, when people who have the right to vote fail to exercise the right to vote, whatever happens, the rain will fall on the just and the unjust. So in not voting, you may very well find that you have voted for indirectly the party that you don't really want. So this evening, as I address you here in Weston and not Western, as I address you, I come to you, pleading to you, not to let the spirit of apathy so dwell in you on May 21st that you will feel that Chad has this in the bag and you are not going to your various polling stations and vote. I want you to understand that you have the evidence, and I don't have to dwell on the United States. You know what it is to have a government in place not too long ago. We only voted them out in 2018. You know what it is to have a government that does not listen. You know what it is to have a government that does not improve the physical and social infrastructure. You know what it is to have a government that on the fiscal level downgrade after downgrade after downgrade. You know what it is to have a government that unceremoniously dismisses workers and does not even feel that they have to explain why they have done it or even the numbers that were actually dismissed. But alternatively, you know what is a government that will pull us back from a brink of disaster because it has. You know what is a government that has ensured that we have had upgrade after upgrade after upgrade. You know what is a government that led us through an IMF program that when others will be rocking in a program, this government has been able to lead us with a homegrown program that has seen us out, and this country is rising. You know what is a government that listens to the voices of working people because they listen to their unions, they listen to their representatives. You know what is a government in this belt that says yes to investment, but as you invest, you will improve the lot of workers. And so, St. James North, I urge you, on May 21st, you hear one of the buses, you can't hear it, but on May 21st, when you go to the polls, St. James North, whether you are coming from Sion Hill, whether you are coming from my people up in Bears Road, or whether you are coming from Dublin Road, whether you are coming from Chapel Gap, Lower Carlton, Upper Carlton, Ashton, Crick Hill, wherever you are coming from that is not St. Peter North, I want you to go out early in your numbers and vote for Chad Blackman. His name will be the first on the line, the first in the row of 4. And as you vote for Chad, this is a referendum. They say, I want you. I can slow down here. I want you, because an important point was made. They said that in the last election, in the general election of 2022, they said that this government was unfair. They said that the Prime Minister called an election in the middle of COVID because she knew the voter turnout would be low. We are not in the throes of COVID. On May 21st, St. James North, I am speaking to you. On May 21st, as you go to the polls, I want a resounding turnout at the polls. Because a resounding turnout will be a resounding statement to the Democratic Labour Party. We are not going with you because y'all already yet. We are staying with them. We are going with the big man, with the big vision, with big passion, and we trust will bring big action to the people of St. George North because he's going with Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. Good night, St. James North. Good night, BLP family. Good night, Barbados. God bless.
Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion.
Thank you, Comrade Tony Moore. Just for some gentle housekeeping, will the drivers of MF746, MF746, C3506, MD1570, MT606, 0247. Please move your vehicles. They are in the way, and the police service would like them moved as soon as possible. Now we will switch voices. St. James North! St. James North! I'm told that the other people on the top road, and there's not much to hear up there, so let's keep some noise and let them hear you from down here. St. James North! You know, people like to argue and fight the BLP for being organized and well-planned. They pick at everything we do. And this week, you can't miss news sometimes. I'm told that the other people have determined they are the voice of the suffering. And I said to myself, well, how do you become the voice of what you created? How all of a sudden you are the voice of the suffering? You are trying to tell Bajans, you're trying to tell the people of St. James North, after you ignored them for the 10 years you were in power, for the 10 years you were in government, you had a whole plan not to do anything in any of these constituencies. But today, they're the voice of the suffering. Today, they know about where lights are and are not. Today, they know which road's bad and which road's good. But they are the voice of the suffering after they caused it. They're the voice of the suffering when they cut university tuition fees at university. They were the voice of the suffering when they didn't give the public servants the adequate pay increases that they deserved in 10 years. They were the voice of the suffering when they didn't buy buses. They were the voice of the suffering when they sent home 5,000 public servants that represents your uncles, aunts, mothers, fathers, children that worked within government and showed up every day to make Barbados better. They were the voice. They were the voice of the suffering when they refused to do anything at the QEH for the 10 years that they were there. But you know what has happened since the BLP has been in office? The BLP restored the 1,300 that they cut and took away from you, the poor people of this country. The BLP came back. The BLP came back and told you that university is accessible to all of you again. The BLP came back and gave public service not one, but 2 pay increases within the last 7 years. 2 compared to 1 in 10. But they are the voice of the suffering. So tonight, I promised you when I was here last that you're going to get what you need if you're now making a decision. And our next speaker has made making people's lives better his entire life's work. Our next speaker, the Member of Parliament for St. Michael South, Kurt Humphrey, is a man that goes to work every day to empower people's lives. And I want you to welcome him to St. James North. I want you to tell him that he's doing a good job. I want you to let him know that he is welcome here because we appreciate the work. Welcome on stage, MP Kurt Humphrey.
We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We go big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion.
Good night, good night, good night. St. James North, Barbados, Labour Party, family, Barbadians everywhere, good night. It is very lovely to see you. I haven't seen you all elections. I miss you so much. God bless you. God bless the Barbados Labour Party. Give a big round of applause for our guy, Chad Blackman. I came tonight to do a very simple job. My task is to endorse my very good friend Chad and to tell you a tale, I think Terry called it a tale of 2 parties. A tale of 2 parties. A contrast that is so clear that you would realize on May 21st for Barbados means you have to vote for Chad Blackman. A contrast that is recognized in everything that we do. I come tonight to tell you why, though, I am voting for Chad. And you would have heard this entire election that Chad is extremely intelligent. People talk of his intelligence, but I am not supporting him for his intelligence, and he's very intelligent. You would hear some people say that Chad has great experience. He's been everything, an ambassador. He's been working from the ground up as a young man, but I'm not supporting him for his experience. You would hear some say that he has a political inheritance because he's family to Burton Hines, but I'm not supporting him for that either. Any man or woman that determine they want to come to this country and serve people must first prove that they care about people. And Chad Blackman cares about people. That, my friends, is the first contrast between the candidate that we bring to you and the candidate that is being offered on the other side tonight. I will make it very, very clear to you that we have a candidate that recognizes people matter on our side, and a candidate that cares nothing about people on the other side. So tonight I want to explain this in three ways: the political, the economic, and of course I want to talk to you about the social. And I want first of all for you to understand this political inheritance thing, because some people have taken the idea that if you come from a certain family, that you therefore inherit something that allows you to lead. And Chad does not use that as his basis for being here. In that regard, he reminds me of our Prime Minister, Mia Mottley. In any room, Mia Mottley is the hardest working person in that room. Let us be clear. I had the good fortune of walking in 2018, 2019 with the Prime Minister when we first came to office across Canada and the US. And very few people were interested in meeting Mia Mottley. That's the truth. Because the reputation of Barbados by 2018 had been so damaged and destroyed by the drunk and disorderly Democratic Labour Party that nobody wanted to meet with us. And I walked with Mia in the cold from door to door in Canada. This is a true story. So when this one-trick pony Democratic Labour Party come to tell you about Mia Mottley is a dictator, they did it with Owen Arthur in 2008. And they put a picture of Owen, y'all forgot. They made him look like Castro and called him a dictator. And now they want to do the same thing to Miss Mottley. But we support Mia Mottley, don't we support Mia Mottley? And we will support Chad Blackman too. So the first contrast I want to bring to you tonight is in the political. You have on the one hand a political party that will do anything in the hope that it will get them to office. You have a political party that would say anything in the hope that it would get them to office. You have people saying now that we are telling people to not vote because they're St. Lucian. But the Barbados Labour Party constitution supports regional integration. We are the only party whose constitution supports regional integration. We were not the political party that came into office and packed up the Guyanese, tell them ever so welcome, wait for a call. That is not the Barbados Labour Party way. That is not what we do. So we never said don't vote for nobody because they're St. Lucian. Well, in St. Lucia, where she's a St. Lucian, she ain't getting the votes neither. And people will vote for the candidate that they believe is best able to carry their cause. And in this election, that person is Chad Blackman, by far. So in the politics, we are different. You know, when we were building this fish market, Millie Eiffel, I was Minister of Maritime. You see this drawing here? This drawing was done in conjunction with the fishermen. But they then started a rumor. I want you to understand how dangerous the Democratic Labour Party is. That we somehow wanted to get rid of John Moore Bar. And that we were going to push it down. And what we did instead was go over myself and talk to the proprietor and say, when we fix this market, we want to fix over there for you too. We ain't fix over there too. Instead of pushing it down, we built it up. That's what we do. But that is the danger of the Democratic Labour Party. We are different on economics. And you know, I saw a video with somebody insulting Chad about he eating jam puffs. And he eating, I like jam puffs too. Well, I know about Beijing that don't like jam puffs and rock cakes, big man. That's what Bajans do. But it is such an idiotic statement. And you know, this person who sits in the Senate now was the second man in the Senate. They got rid of the woman and bring another man. He's still the second man in the Senate. We have to bring Ninja Man. He's still the second man in the Senate. Oh, Lord. An idiot man. But let me explain why I say this. Because you all understand this is dangerous. On the economics, I saw a video with him saying to Barbadians, I want you all to hear me, that the government has too many weeks of foreign reserves, and that all the country needs is 4 weeks of foreign reserves, and that at the time we had 40-something weeks, and that we should spend it. And if they get into office, ladies and gentlemen, they intend to spend it for themselves, on themselves, as they did between 2008 and 2018. Do not let them get near the Treasury of Barbados. It is a dangerous thing. And I remember Warren Richard Seeley when they were getting ready to exit, when it was said that the central bank was printing money on rapid. Richard's position was, well, that's what the central bank there for. It ain't there to print money. Because he does not understand economics either. So the people they are bandying about as economists have no clue. They are dangerous. But on this end is where I want to spend a little time. I was going to be brief. On the social. Now I want you to understand that every night, a reporter said to me, Mr. Humphrey, you must have something to say because every night the Democratic Labour Party on you. They're talking about disabilities, the elderly, poverty. The Democratic Labour Party is a light in motion. The Democratic Labour Party is a lie in motion. And when we bring facts, they bring falsehoods. And when we bring clarity, they bring chaos. And we came with a plan from the time we came into office. The Prime Minister was determined from the dawn. And now Ralph, in the dusk of his career, is bringing deception at dusk. We have to be clear about what it is we are dealing with. And they believe that they have the country tricked, you know, that they can tell you they are the party for poor people. And so if they lose the political argument and they lose the economic argument, the only argument they have now is the social argument. So they want to say that we did nothing for the poor, for children, for persons with disabilities, and so on. Let me put that to rest tonight. In the last few years, when we came into office, the Democratic Labour Party had a Ministry of Family where they were supposed to take care of families, and they have nothing to show for it. They have nothing to show for it. We determined that we wanted to work and build families back. We created a program called the One Family Program. You must have heard about it. Where we now make sure that the 1,000 most vulnerable families in Barbados get the best care. But they don't want you to talk about that. We determined that we had to bring social services closer to the people. And we created a social empowerment agency that brought together welfare, child care, National Assistance Board, and the Disabilities Unit so that we could better care to people. We said that all social workers must become first responders and take care of the needs of the most vulnerable. That's what we did. But night after night, they're on the radio, they're on the TV, talking about we did nothing for the poor. We brought legislation. We are the first government that is going to be breaking ground at Sterling in the next few weeks to build facilities for the elderly, for daycare, and for residences. We are doing the same thing for persons with disabilities. But I have to talk to you about the story on children. So permit me a little time. When we launched the Child Protection Bill, when we launched the child protection bill, the lady who was running for the Democratic Labour Party in this constituency had the most to say. She had the most, she talked the most, but she had the most to say. The Democratic Labour Party did a whole march. I want you to understand why I say they are dangerous and why it is that I say that there's a contrast between our Chad and they whoever. They had a whole march against a child protection bill. The only country in the world that marched against a child protection bill. I know Barbados must live with the ignominy, the shame, because Felicia, or whatever her name is, decided that it was better for her to march against the bill. They marched children up and down town. And if that was not bad enough, they had videos of Barbadian children on social media saying that I don't want this bill because if I get this bill, it's going to allow the government to turn me from a boy to a girl. They had boys and girls of Barbadian heritage speaking ill against Barbados all over the world because the person who was running for the Democratic Labour Party felt it was in her interest to do it. But when we had the committee, we said, come and let me hear your views in Parliament. And they came and they aired their views. And would you believe of all the things that the Democratic Labour Party said after they marched the people through town in the hot sun? After they had your children making sinners of themselves because they know they had the children telling lies. The Democratic Labour Party is a lie in motion. After they came to Parliament, would you not think that the first thing they would say, if they believed it, if they marched children against it, is that you all plan to change people's children from boys to girls? You know they came to Parliament and not a single word about the things that they marched people against. Because they knew it was not true. And the person who is now trying to run out here knew it wasn't true when she said it. But still she determined that for her own political interests, she would pull this beloved country down. Well, I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados. And I had pledged to uphold and defend it on a long time. This is who we are as a country. And the things that they talked about, y'all have to go and watch it. When they talked about the bill doesn't have in, the one who's running against us now, the bill doesn't say anything about parental rights, and the CPC, who's non-political at all, in her very decent way and demure way, she said, I cannot allow you to say that. Did you read Section 5? Did you read Section 31? Dismiss Felicia. They dismiss Felicia. St. James North, dismiss Felicia. A whole set of nonsense. But it is dangerous nonsense. It is dangerous nonsense when you would choose to pull a whole country down for your own political advantage. A whole country down. They then said the other night we are doing nothing for the elderly. We brought a whole policy. Now finish a whole bill. Building a whole set of facilities. I mean, we've done the most for the children with this. We've done the most for children with disabilities because we gave them access to finance them and they got none. We've done the most for children, the most for the elderly, the most, in every single case. And we took a 40% increase and gave it to welfare. I want to close on this. Just Thursday in Cabinet, we were having a meeting in Cabinet and it was said the Prime Minister and I were having a sidebar. And we said that we have to do more for the people in this country because that's who we are, for the poor. And we said that if a person goes to the welfare department, and I called my permanent secretary on Friday morning, and I said, this is the policy of this Barbados Labour Party government. Anyone who is coming for uniforms must be able to have at least 3 uniforms when they come for children's uniforms. And from this September, if you go to the welfare department for uniforms, you must have access to at least 3. We also said that when we implemented the disability allowance through the NAS, because what happened is that welfare automatically cut the people. Because they said you can't get welfare and get the NAS benefit. And having spoken to the Prime Minister, we said with immediate effect, persons who receive the NAS grant are still allowed to get the welfare benefit, because we want people in this country to be able to live. That is who we are. So there is no ground on which you can compare these two political parties. There is no comparison. And we have done a lot on behalf of the poor. We have done a lot on behalf of the disenfranchised in this country. So when election morning comes on May 21st, I always say to my people in St. Michael South, do your thing the night time. Press your clothes if you go to press. Cook your children food if you go to cook your food. But the morning that you get up, you wash your face, you brush your teeth, you ain't even go to bed. You don't go to bed. If you have time, go long. But most of the people in St. James North smell real good. I spend enough time in St. James North. I spend time in Cemetery Lane. We call it North, South, and Cemetery Lane proper, but the people just say Cemetery Lane. We spend a lot of time in Sweet Home. We spend time in Roadview, all down Weston in the garden. We spend a lot of time with the people. With Jefferson and Wendy been walking with me. And Victor and Trump been talking to me every day. We go cross by the beach and talk to the people. Well, I know the people. I know the iron in St. Peter North. I know that's where she should be running. But on election morning, you have to get up early. Do what you gotta do. Head down to the closest polling station. If you need a ride, call the office. And we will come and take you there. And cast your vote for Chad Blackman and for the future of this country. Cast your vote for a man who has this country at his heart. Cast your vote for a man who is a big man with a big plan. I mean, when I say Chad, you say Blackman. Chad. Chad. When I say Chad, you say Blackman. Chad. Chad. Ladies and gentlemen, the contrast between the two is clear. We have, on the one hand, a party that has shown it understands what it must do. We have in Mia Motley a leader who understands that she knows what she must do. On the other hand, you have somebody who he doesn't even know where he's running. And every night on every platform, calling my name. Stop calling my name, brother. I was telling Kerry the other day that every night on the platform, they're calling my name. Kerry asked me who. I tell you, Ralph. He said, well, you're lucky ain't the fluffy fella in the Senate.
Oh, Lord.
Stop calling my name. I know where I am running. I belong in St. Michael South. I belong to the people of St. Michael South, and they belong to me. Chad belongs to the people of St. James North, and they belong to him. And by belonging to him, it means that we understand leadership is service. Leadership is service. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what I came to share with you tonight. The election is close. The work that we must do is a lot. We have to make sure that we return Chad Blackman so that he can be the minister, but not sitting now in the Senate. A minister sitting in the House. A minister who is able to deliver on your behalf. A man who understands people. I have said, and I close on this, it is not where you were born. It is not who you know. Because I believe that the children Trump who come from out here deserve to be on this stage at some point too. Ordinary people. Average Barbadians should be on this stage too. We must never forget that the vast majority of us were not born with wealth. And we want to make sure that those who come with wealth care about the people. prioritize the interests of the people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Chad Blackman with my fullest endorsement. I give you our leader who has my heart. I love her very much because she is the real deal, Miss Mia Mortley. I say to the people of St. James North, let there be no mistake. In this election, the contrast could not be clearer. On the one hand, we are going with victory with Chad. And on the other, well, I would not even say what's on the other hand. I am so focused on Chad. Ladies and gentlemen, to victory with Chad Blackman, with the Barbados Labour Party, May 21st. Let's do it for our country. Good night. God bless. Love you.
We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kirk, a man of the people, a man who has spoken to you from his heart, a man charged with the responsibility of looking after the most vulnerable in our country. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for as far as my eye can see to the north, I see people. I got a message that nobody in St. James North home, everybody here. Everybody here. Because they come to hear the message of the Barbados Labour Party. They've come to hear the message of their candidate, Chad Blackman, and their soon-to-be MP. Now, some videos fall down in my phone today. I see a man drunk as a fish. Drunk as a fish. And he's supposed to be campaign or assistant campaign manager. The other night, I saw a video with a man, with one man standing up, talking. And the only other thing around him, apart from the other two speakers, were 2 sheep and 2 dogs.
Oh, Lord.
Now, we could tell you all about the sheep, because when we were in Parliament, Ralph was possessed with sheep. He want to know what sheep go on this place, how much sheep go on the next place, and so on. So he interested in whether one named John or Susie or whatever. He interested in sheep. And that is why the Democratic Labour Party is ready. I'm not boasting about any party. I'm not boasting about the failure of any party. But it is facts. Ralph Thorne has been an abysmal failure as leader of the Democratic Labour Party. I call him, he said, Ralph Anthony Thorne. I call him Ralph Archie Thorne. Archie, break them up. A leader knows which constituency they're running from if the next election is called tomorrow. The deputy knows which leader, which constituency she's running in. But Ralph ain't know where he running, or he won't tell one. But you know where we gonna run it? We gonna run it home. That's where we gonna run it. We gonna run it home. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me pause to salute Bentley Smith, one of the constituents. And when I first came to this constituency, I met a lady in this same area that we call Fluffy. And we went right behind this house here at a shop, Diana, that gave us some good food. That Saturday, after I finished canvas up in Upper Creek Hill. No, Tony. So we salute the small business owners, small businesses in this constituency of St. James North. Right to my right, we have a shop there that's doing some thriving business, so we want to support them. We have supported them throughout this entire campaign because they must make money. Ask Ralph Thorne. Ask Ralph Thorne where he's aligned because he pretends. He pretends. He pretends that he is for small people, but not he. Not he. He's pretending to you. But you're going to find me out. You're going to find me out. Because he went to Christchurch South, got their vote, and then run and left them. He only running where he think he can win. But we don't care. You're going to go to the corner. You're going to go in a hole. For we to start beating Ralph, we intend to put some hand in you and beat you. Beat you with the votes. And St. James North going to beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Beat you with Chad on the 21st of May. A couple days from now. I want to introduce to you our next speaker. A man short in stature, but a powerful man. A man who has been doing an excellent job, who actually keeps this country floating, keeps this country running. The Minister of Tourism, Ian Gooden Edgell.
Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability, beyond his years maturity. With the whole of the love for this country, you don't know Chad.
Good night, St. James North. Good night to the wonderful people of the North. And good night to the entire Barbados Labour Party family. Well, when I tell you that when I arrived here and I was listening, I said to myself, this feels like a general election crowd tonight. And I want you to send the clear message to the Democratic Labour Party that tonight, right here in Weston, right in this very beautiful fish market, the Milliagville Fish Market, to send the signal that the crowd down here is one that you will be witnessing in a national general election campaign. And when I tell you that it feels like a general election campaign, it speaks to the momentum that Chad Blackman has built and is building in this constituency. And let me make it clear tonight that I've come here not to be on the defensive, because the Barbados Labour Party has no reason to be on the defensive. The Barbados Labour Party has every reason to be on the offensive, ladies and gentlemen. Based on what we have done in Barbados under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Mayor Montley, when we took Barbados from the precipice of despair and brought it back, that today you and your children and all your family members can look once again to Barbados and say, look, Barbados, back on the map, and look how we are progressing. And I say to you that I come here tonight to support Chad Blackman, to endorse him, and to tell you, the people of St. James North, that in Chad Blackman, you will have another wonderful representative right here in this constituency. And when I tell you that I know of Chad Blackman, because in the cabinet room, I sit next to Chad Blackman. That's not a cabinet secret, I hope. But I sit next to Chad. And I want to ensure that when you go to the polls on the 21st of May, on Wednesday, that you too determined that Chad Blackman, on the basis of a record of accomplishment that the Barbados Labour Party has delivered on your behalf, that you send him to Parliament so that he can sit in the House of Assembly in the lower house to ensure he champions your cause. And I say to you tonight that I didn't come here to be on the defensive. I've come here tonight to tell you that within the Barbados Labour Party and all that we have done, that we not only deserve to ensure that Chad is sent to Parliament to work on your behalf, but that the Barbados Labour Party will continue to do the proper work, the solid representation that you know that you have become accustomed to in this constituency and across Barbados. And when I say to you, and you know, we are in St. James North. We are in the West Coast, and you can almost say the belt of the West Coast. And you know, I can't just come and tell you everything about Chad, but I also have to come and tell you about the Barbados Labour Party's record in tourism. And to say to you that at the end of last year, Barbados, your government coming out of COVID, has caused us to have 3 years of unprecedented consecutive growth. And I say to you that in 2024, that our long stay arrivals grew by almost 11%, 10.7%. That meant that 67,800 more visitors came to Barbados. And why am I saying this? Because when we get more visitors coming to Barbados, that means that there are more people staying in hotels and other vacation rentals like the Airbnb, etc. And what does that mean for you? For the hotel worker, it means more jobs. It means a shorter work week. It means that you are not going home on layoff. It means that you will have more service charge in your money to spend on your families. It means to the communities around here that you sell more fish right here for the fish market. That you sell more fish not only to locals, but you sell more fish to the restaurants and to the hotels. And that all of the economic activity that you've grown accustomed to in this constituency, like the shops, like the vendors, like the fishermen, and all those who contribute to economic activity in this country, that you will also continue to benefit. And it's not only tourism, but when you look at cruise tourism, we've also witnessed an expansion. Last year, what happened? We increased the number of cruise arrivals in Barbados to the point where we also had record levels of cruise ships arriving into Barbados, and we had 53 calls in Barbados. And that is why I make the point that we will continue to build out the tourism sector for you in this constituency. We understand that when you walk through this constituency, like I have canvassed on the behalf of Chad, you will see the number of vacation rentals that you have in this constituency. So that when you hear people complaining in the other party, telling you that they have too many vacation rentals in this constituency, I want you to ask them, if you don't have vacation rentals, how you expect the people in St. James North to eat and to live and to survive. That is what you have to put to them. And I'm saying to you that since your government came to power in 2018, we have done a lot of work in this country. We have ensured that we have increased airlift capacity in Barbados. In fact, since 2015, Barbados has seen a 22.4% on average growth, excluding the pandemic period. That is what we're doing in Barbados. And a key strategy to ensure that we build out the tourism sector in Barbados, to ensure that you get more employment, to ensure that if you have a business, a small business in this community, that you also benefit. We are expanding and increasing airlift into Barbados. I told you about the efforts we've made, for example, in the airlift coming out to the United States. We will continue to build momentum, and we are exploring more opportunities to bring more visitors to St. James North. And when we bring more visitors to St. James North, you, the people of St. James North, will also benefit, because whether you like it or not, airlift is the foundation of tourism. And I say to you that tourism has done better under the Barbados Labour Party than under the Democratic Labour Party. And you can take my word and take it to the bank. We have grown airlift into Barbados. Look at the contrast, ladies and gentlemen. Look at what we have done. Last year, with last winter season alone, we We brought more than 70,000 more air seats into Barbados, a record, ladies and gentlemen. And I say to you that more tourists in Barbados would mean more foreign exchange. And if we have more foreign exchange, we can grow the economy. We can build more infrastructure like roads. We can build out additional services. We can provide more social services for the people of St. James North. And of course, we can look at the infrastructure that you're seeing around here. You're getting it because, in part, because we are building out the tourism sector to earn foreign exchange so that we can reinvest the money into communities like St. James North, ladies and gentlemen. Did you ever see it under the Democratic Labour Party? Did you ever feel it under the Democratic Labour Party? Don't care wherever you're going. When you walk through St. James North as we are canvassing, people are saying, thank you for the wonderful work that the Barbados Labour Party has done. And they're saying to me, thank you, Minister of Tourism, for the wonderful work that you are doing. And that is because you have a government, a committed government, a caring government, staying faithful and true to its word that we are going to continue to improve the quality of life for all people, including the people in St. James North. But I also want to talk to you tonight because sometimes the Democratic Labour Party would want to distort the record. And let us make it clear, because this election is not only about contrast, this is an election about performance. This is an election that we have come to you, that the Prime Minister announced to ensure that we report to you on the progress. That is why I say to you tonight, and I'm not being arrogant about it, not at all. I'm saying to you tonight that this Barbados Labour Party must never be on the defensive. This Barbados Labour Party must continue to be on the offensive for the progressive policies that we have implemented and the progressive way in which we are shaping Barbados to ensure that you have a brighter future tomorrow. And we go to work and we work hard every day to ensure that we protect your future. And that is what the Barbados Labour Party is doing. And it cannot be matched by the Democratic Labour Party. And if you want further contrast, well, you know my style. I also have to present some facts because you can't dismiss or distort the facts. Tourism earnings in 2018, $2.2 billion. In 2019, under Barbados Labour Party government, it rose to $2.519 billion. In 2020, we had COVID, and it fell to $1.2 billion, as we did in 2021, $1.25. But in 2022, when Barbados had reopened its doors and airlift to the world, we saw a growth of $1.8 billion coming out to the threshold of the COVID period. Then in 2023, we built it. And I will never forget this because I became minister in October of 2022, Minister of Tourism in October 2022. And in 2023, we built it. That we recorded $2.313 billion. And ladies and gentlemen, can I tell you what your government did for you last year in 2024? Your government led a progress, led the initiatives, led a program to ensure that we build out tourism. And this Barbados, last year, your country, as a result of the progressive policies of the Barbados Labour Party and the Ministry of Tourism, that we rose to $2.6 billion, a record in this country. So in 1 year, we moved the earnings from tourism from $2.13 billion to $2.732 billion, ladies and gentlemen. Almost $500 million more in tourism earnings. So that when you see the roads being paved in this constituency, that is because we are getting additional money, earnings from the tourism sector that we are pouring back into the Barbados economy for your benefit, for you and your future. That is what we're doing. So that the Democratic Labour Party cannot come close to our record That is why I say we are on the offensive tonight, ladies and gentlemen, but not arrogantly so, because we have a record, a proud record. And when a country can increase its tourism earnings by over $500 million in 1 year, it is a record of accomplishment that we are providing for you. But ladies and gentlemen, our work will continue. And I want to talk to the people in this constituency because we have a number of hotel projects coming on stream. We have the Indigo Hotel that will open up in Barbados on the south coast with 132 rooms later this year. We have the Blue Monkey on the west coast of Barbados with 28 rooms, a leading hotel of the world. We have the Royalton on the west coast of Barbados that will deliver 232 new rooms late next year. We have the Pendry on the west coast of Barbados that will deliver 78 luxury 5-star rooms. We have the Hyatt Ziva that will deliver 380 rooms, 40 condominiums. We have beaches right here on the northern stretch going down. We will have beaches, Barbados, the Sandals product. 600 rooms, ladies and gentlemen. And I must also tell you that on the west coast of Barbados, you are seeing the benefits of the Marriott investment of over $300 million Barbados dollars to refurbish their properties. You see what is happening in the villa market. You see what you are doing in the vacation rental market to ensure that you too, as owners of capital in this country, benefit by having your Airbnb type accommodation, what we call vacation rentals. And you know, and I know that you are benefiting from the vacation rentals because as I walk through St. James North, I am seeing a lot of visitors in those vacation rental properties. So what does that mean? And I tell you about the villa market, also on the west coast. With the villa market again, over $200 million in investment in the villa market. All again providing jobs, employment, and opportunities for the restaurants, for the shops, for small businesses, for the fishermen, for other vendors in this constituency. That is what we are doing by going to work and working hard. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, what this speaks to? This speaks to the confidence in Barbados. This speaks to the confidence in the leadership of Mia Montley as Prime Minister of Barbados. This speaks to the confidence of the cabinet in Barbados that Chad was a member of and soon will be another member of the cabinet. It speaks, ladies and gentlemen, to what we have to offer as leadership. And when I tell you that the benefits that will accrue to you in St. James North, and forgive me if I repeat myself, because they are going to accrue to you. The fishermen, the restaurants, the shops, the water sports operators, the taxi drivers, all will make a significant impact in the community. And you will benefit from the expanded businesses and all of the multiplier effect that we will have as a result of all the new tourism investment that we are accomplishing in Barbados. We are working to ensure we reduce seasonality in this country. Where you think that we go to work and work hard, because we will reduce seasonality in this Barbados. So when we reduce seasonality, it means that those employed in the hotel sector will have longer or will have more employment. They will earn more money, and we will benefit from all that we have to do. So ladies and gentlemen, I have to close. I wish I had more time. But you have to be obedient, and you have to be respectful of the chair. And I say to you that in this Barbados Labour Party, we could not have asked for a more humble person to join the Barbados Labour Party and a more humble person to be presented to you in St. James North. A man who will ensure that you benefit from the economic expansion that is happening in Barbados, that you will benefit from the tourism expansion. A man who will continue and improve on the representation. A man who will listen to you, hear your plight, and take action. A man who will continue, true to form to the Barbados Labour Party standard, to make a better life for you. A vote for Chad is a vote for the confidence in the Barbados Labour Party. A vote for Chad is a vote of confidence in Prime Minister Mia Motley. A vote for Chad is a vote of confidence in the Cabinet of Barbados. A vote of confidence is for you, the people of Barbados, to have a brighter future tomorrow. I say to you, go to the polls on May the 21st, on Wednesday. Vote for Chad. Give him a resounding victory and send a clear message to the Democratic Labour Party that you came, you saw, and you lost because you have no vision, you have failed the people, and St. James North is standing true and strong with the people of Barbados, the Barbados Labour Party. Vote in your numbers, vote for Chad Blackman, and ensure that we have a record turnout, and ensure that you send Chad to Parliament on May the 21st. Thank you and good night.
Big with Chad Blackman, big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big, we going big.
Thank you, Ian. Would the driver of S4599 kindly move your vehicle? Thank you so much to Ian, and we want to thank him for the hard work he does in tourism, because this is the West Coast, this is St. James North, and we know that many of you work in tourism, many of you benefit from the increased tours, many of you benefit from the hard work that he does each and every day to help drive our economy forward, to keep driving Barbados forward, and to give you a better chance. Tonight, somebody just told me that the score up the road is 15 present and 50 online. Look around you. People beyond what we can see for a by-election in St. James North. This is what a good candidate gives you. Turnout, it gives you support, but this support now needs to become votes come Wednesday, 21st of May, at the polling stations all across St. James North. And in these next 2 days, we have a simple job. You have a simple job. You don't vote for an opposition. Ignore that nonsense talk. Ignore that foolishness. You don't vote for an opposition. You vote for competence. You vote for our government. You vote for people that you believe can represent you day in and day out. You vote for people you know will deliver for you and ensure that your family is comfortable. You vote for people who have an understanding of how things work and how to make it work better. And we know because we've met him, because we've seen him, because you sat with him, and because you've seen what he has done so far in the Cabinet of Barbados, that Chad Blackman is a vote for competence, and a vote for the Barbados Labour Party, and a vote for Mia Motley, and for progress in Barbados. So we have one job. You have one job come Wednesday. And to help you ensure that you know that job is a woman that has been paving Barbados up and down, ensuring that the roads get better. We know what's been done in St. James North. Welcome our Deputy Prime Minister. Welcome our Deputy Prime Minister, Santia Bradshaw, to tell you more about what Barbados is doing and what St. James North can get.
We going big, go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action.
Big man.
We going big with Chad Blackman.
Good night.
Big man, big vision, big passion.
Good night, St. James North. Good night to the Barbados Labour Party. Good night to St. James North. Oh, what a good feeling it is to be here with you tonight. I really believe the last speaker was right. Ian said it feels like a general election. I want to first of all thank the people of St. James North for the warmth that has been expressed to each and every one of us on the Barbados Labour Party team over the last couple of weeks. As we get ready in the next few days to bring home Chad Blackman as the next representative for St. James North, the people of St. James North have welcomed us into their homes. They have welcomed us into their hearts.
They have welcomed us across the length and breadth of this constituency and made us feel as though we are all a part of one big family in St. James North. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, from the entire team, from the Prime Minister, the entire campaign team. On behalf of all the Barbados Labour Party supporters, all of my colleagues, I want to say thank you to you. You didn't have to open your doors. You didn't have to come out in your numbers, but you have supported. You have echoed the sentiments of every single person everywhere we have gone, that Chad Blackman is not just the big man with the big passion, but he's also the big man with the big vision for St. James North. Now tonight I ain't come to stick up. I come to set the record straight. Because every lioness must have a lion. And I have found my lion in Chad. So the lioness tonight has heard Felicia Dujon and her team on the Democratic Labour Party platforms trying to lecture the Barbados Labour Party about infrastructure in this country. Nobody needs to tell Santia Bradshaw how to do her job. First thing, you have seen in St. James North, during the tenure of the Democratic Labour Party, not a road in this constituency was done by the last administration. Edmund Hinkson wrote letter after letter. And he will tell you, he wrote letter after letter when the Democratic Labour Party was in office. List of roads after roads asking the Democratic Labour Party to give him a road, improve the conditions of the people in St. James North. And the wicked Democratic Labour Party administration refused to do any work in St. James North. But then they have the gall, they have the audacity to come to the people of this constituency to tell the people that they are the ones who are now pointing out the roads in St. James North that have to be done. Well, I have news for you tonight. I didn't want to do this, but I believe that I have a responsibility to set the record straight. Because the people who drive across this country, yes, you will say there's a pothole here and a pothole there. But show me the honest individual in this country who will say to you that they have not seen the amount of work happening in this country for several years when it came to road infrastructure. Across the length and breadth of Barbados, we have started to undo the work of the Democratic Labour Party, who had failed to be able to improve infrastructure in this country. And the difference between us and them is that we, instead of just saying, oh, we are only going to do certain constituencies, when the people of this country have given you 30 seats, you don't have the ability to pick and choose where you go and what you do. You have to make sure with the resources that you have that you are able to ensure that everybody get a little piece of the pie. That is the Barbados Labour Party way, ensuring that we do a little bit here and a little bit there until we are able to level the playing field so that you can feel the full weight of the improvements across the country. Many of you, and indeed the Democratic Labour Party, forgets when the attitude of the Democratic Labour Party and former Prime Minister Stewart was that potholes were transient inconveniences. They did not invest in road infrastructure. This administration, and indeed the last speaker and Senior Minister Dugid, when they were Ministers of Public Works, made sure as a cabinet that we were able to seek out the loan financing to be able to start the infrastructure works, not in one or two constituencies, but we were able to start road improvements across the entire country. Last year alone, we did 70 roads across the length and breadth of Barbados under the Mill and Pave program. We took out roads and put in roads that we knew Barbadians were complaining about Because this Barbados Labour Party listens to the people. We took roads that the infrastructure did not require Barbados Water Authority and Light and Power to go in and have to spend a lot of time. We took roads that we knew would give you the ease as the people of this country to drive on roads without your vehicles being damaged. And it isn't to say that we don't know that more roads have to be done, but what I resent from the Democratic Labour Party is to make it seem to the people of this country that the Barbados Labour Party has done nothing whatsoever to improve road infrastructure. So I come with my list tonight, and I want Felicia Dujon to listen. Because I think one of the failings of the Democratic Labour Party in this campaign is that they have not been listening to what the works are of this Barbados Labour Party over the last few years. So we have done Highway 1, the area from Trents to Roadview. We have done Millionaire Road in Ashton Hall in St. Peter. We've also done Millionaire Road at Ashton Hall, and as you know, that was a roller compacted concrete works. Because this administration is not just saying we're talking about climate change, but we are not making improvements in terms of the type of materials that we use on our roads. We have simply said, yes, we will do some roads in asphalt, but we're also going to use concrete to be able to make sure that our roads last longer. So Millionaire Road and Sweet Home Road are roads that we've had taken the decision that we're going to try those roads in roller compacted concrete to make sure that these roads, particularly in the north of the island, that these roads can last longer. We have done Upper Carlton number 2. We have done 2nd Avenue, Sion Hill Terrace. We have done Rockdunder Main Road. And many of you, when we went on the motorcade, we drove through Rockdunder Road. Never mind the little BWA issue at the top of the road. Sometimes those things happen. You paint your house and then all of a sudden you see a crack. The difference is that we don't leave it. We intend to fix whatever the issues are that arise. And I want you to understand that roads in this constituency in particular are very long roads. Okay, when you take a road like Rockdunder, we couldn't just get up one morning and decide to do Rockdunder. We had to do Rockdunder in 2 phases. But now that you see the infrastructure that is there, you can appreciate and understand the expenditure that has had to go into improving the Rockdunder area, because that is one of the key connectors from Highway 2A to Highway 1. We have done Upper Mount Stamford. We have done Brathwaite's Road, Halls Road in Rockdunder, Westmoreland Road, Porters Road. And just a few days ago, we completed across the road from here, and it is no coincidence. We completed Dublin Road. This is the road by the community center. And I want you to understand, ain't because nobody come on a platform and talk about roads in the constituency down Weston that want doing. We have a very clear program in the Ministry of Public Works. Every MP, every parish speaks, every officer in the Ministry of Transport and Works is able to weigh in on the roads where we get the most complaints. And we are able to systematically address road improvements across the country. We are not doing it willy-nilly. We are making sure that we are able to bring the improvements where improvements are needed. So when we took the opportunity to do Dublin Road, I'm going to talk about that for a minute, because people feel that we just come during an election and do roads. It is not so. Dublin Road is by the Weston Community Center. The Weston Community Center this financial year will see improvements being done to the facility. But while we do the improvements to the facility, the people must have somewhere to park. The old people must be able, as they told me when I walked through the area, that they want to be in a position to be able to come out at night without having the issues as they walk to the community center to engage in activities for them. So we did not decide that we're doing it because we're holding a meeting in Weston. Because if that was the case, we would have done a lot of other roads across the constituency. But I will not be distracted by the Democratic Labour Party. And I want the people of this country and the people of St. James North not to be distracted either by the lies and the deception of the Democratic Labour Party. They will tell you that we have come to do all of this work? No, because they got on a platform, spoke to a couple dogs and a couple cats, and that they believe now that we are rushing to do works. They will tell you that the Minister of Public Works is missing because the minister is down here in St. James North making sure that they get beat bad as hell. That's where she is. But while I'm here, I am still working every single day in the name of the people who sent me here. So you will see across the length and breadth of Barbados, roads still getting done while Santia Bradshaw is on the job. And that, I know, is what disturbs them. Because they know that once we are on the ground, that we will see the problems and this Barbados Labour Party will respond. The people of this constituency, as we have walked through, have said to us, I know you do a couple roads in the area, but we want a couple more done. So I got the list. I got the list from Edmund's time. I got the list from Chad as well. Because we have already sat down and identified roads that need doing. So whether it is the people in Bears Road, or Reservoir Road, or Ashton Hall, or Corbins Road, or Olton Alley, or Cemetery Lane, and I can go on and on, I want you to understand that Chad Blackman has already spoken to me regarding prioritizing certain roads in this constituency for the betterment of the livelihoods of the people of this constituency. He's not waiting till he gets to office to start talking about what needs to be done in terms of infrastructure. We have already had those discussions to improve infrastructure. The Democratic Labour Party would want you to believe that the issues of flooding are something new in this constituency. What they fail to tell you that it is the Barbados Labour Party that under, I think it was Ian, would have made sure that we started the improvements in the Trents area. We didn't fix all of the problems in the Trents area at the time, but the work was started with the funding that we had available. And I have the distinct honor of being able to continue the work that was started by the previous ministers of the Barbados Labour Party. Ask the Democratic Labour Party, what have they done apart from walk about Trents and make themselves nuisances in the community? Telling people, look, water here. We know there is water. And what we have done is we've tried to bring about a systematic change in the way that MTW functions so that we can bring relief to a number of the drainage issues in the constituency. Flooding is something that we are seeing an increase of across the length and breadth of Barbados. We are not only doing flood engineering studies and designs in the Trents area, but for the first time, we have about 7 districts across the country, from places like Goodlands Garden to Pillarsdorf to Ashdean Village, areas that each of you would be familiar with when we are in hurricane season, that you are constantly bombarded with the water entering people's homes. But instead of the Democratic Labour Party telling you what they did, they have set about on a mission to make it seem as though the Barbados Labour Party has done nothing. And I come tonight to set the record straight. The Barbados Labour Party government is working in the interest of the people, not just of St. James North, but across Barbados. We are mindful of the inconveniences that are experienced when you have the heavy rains, the damage to the coastline. We are mindful of that. And we act in your interest to be able to make sure that we are able to do the repairs that are necessary to improve the infrastructure across the community. As we have gone through the length and breadth of this constituency, I have had the pleasure to walk with Chad Blackman. And I don't say what I'm about to say, I don't say lightly. It has been a distinct pleasure of mine to walk with Chad. When I hear the comments made by the Democratic Labour Party, a desperate party, about Chad's weight, about making a mockery of his decision to go healthy, I cry shame on the Democratic Labour Party. And I will tell you why. Many of you know that I have risked my own self and spoken about my own challenges with cancer. I came to the people on a political platform and said to the people of my community what I was dealing with. And each and every Barbadian stood by me regardless of their color, regardless of their support, regardless of their political affiliation. You risk yourself so that as well, not just for the support people will give you, But you risk yourself sometimes because even as politicians, we are real. We feel the pain the same way. We have the same health conditions that all of the people that we represent have as well. We don't risk ourselves because we want you to feel sympathetic for us because we are sick or because we are big. That is not the case. I am in a political party that is led by Mia Amor Montley, who even when I took sick, said to me, Santia, we got to talk to the people. We're going to go to the people and engender the people in your confidence. That is the type of leadership that the Barbados Labour Party has, where we do not make people feel that we are up here, that we do not feel their pain, that we do not have parents suffering with diseases and various conditions. We are a Barbados Labour Party that cares. Mia cares, the other members of the Barbados Labour Party care about you. And when Chad Blackman can get on a political platform and say to the people of this country that he is going to lead the charge in St. James North to help those of you who may be facing chronic illnesses to be able to start to turn the tide, I say to you, that is a man that you must respect. That is a man that you must follow, because leadership is what this country is lacking. You don't make sport about people and jam puffs and snow cones and all of this foolishness that the Democratic Labour Party has now paraded over the political platform. Chad was a former Minister of Education and will be the next Minister of Education Transformation. You understand this thing? He carries the responsibility of the children of this country in his hands. And as a former Minister of Education, on whose platform we have brought the National Nutrition Policy, he has a responsibility to all of you and to the children of this country and the future of this country to lead by example. How is it going to look that he is walking into a meeting and he calling for a Coke? That he calling for sugars? From the very first day I saw that Chad was calling for 2 Cokes, I put a stop to it. And up to today, we are joking because Chad has started to lose a little bit of weight, okay? And he is doing well. And he has said to you, the people, I am not perfect. I am not perfect. But he has put himself before you, and I appreciate the fact that the people of this constituency have stood tall in making sure that he's been able to get very sumptuous meals, to make sure that you have encouraged him as well. Whether we have gone anywhere in this constituency, everybody has been supportive of Chad Blackman. And I could think of no other person to endorse in this campaign to be the next representative for St. James North. He is a man of his word. He listens. He is not discriminated against anybody in terms of where he goes. He is bringing what I call the Chad effect with him, where wherever he goes, he is willing to work with people and to give of his best. So I look forward on the 21st of May to see the fruits of our labor across this constituency, the years of service that the Barbados Labour Party has given to the people of St. James North, coming to fruition so that Chad Blackman will be the next duly elected representative for this constituency. We are not complacent. We do not believe that just the support, the raising of the flag, and the shouting Chad's name in the street is sufficient. We have walked, we have talked with you, and we have taken note. And I want to tell the people of this constituency and wider Barbados something tonight. All of the members of the Barbados Labour Party have taken note of the concerns on the ground, not just in St. James North, not just of the local issues. But we have certainly had to take a step back to listen to also some of the national issues that are affecting the people of this country. And we will go back, I know, with Prime Minister Motley to the drawing board to correct the things that you have highlighted to us in this constituency and across Barbados that need to be corrected. That, my friends in St. James North, is leadership. It is the leadership that you will only find in the Barbados Labour Party. It is the leadership that has come from a Barbados Labour Party that reinstituted tuition fees in this country. It was one of the first things that the Barbados Labour Party did when it came to office to make sure that young boys and girls across this country would have the opportunity to be able to have a decent education, that mothers in this country would not have to choose which child would go to the University of the West Indies, that mothers would not have to choose whether they went to university or whether their children went to university. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. And therefore, I urge you tonight, we just have a few more days, I urge you, St. James North, let us send a message to the Democratic Labour Party. But more importantly, give us the opportunity to have the big man, to have Chad Blackman, the man who has served and worked his way through the bosom of the Barbados Labour Party and has given service to this country, walking up the steps of Parliament, sitting in the House of Assembly, and being called out after the election as the duly elected representative for St. James North. I thank you. God bless you. We are going to be victorious.
For all the St. James North massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We go with big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We go with big with Chad Blackman. Committed, hardworking, dedicated. We go with big with Chad Blackman. We go with big with Chad. We go with big with Chad. We go with big with Chad.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the Deputy Prime Minister, Cynthia Bradshaw. Now, I want to say that it is extremely important when you canvass any constituency that as you move along, you pay close attention and you listen to what the people are saying. I have canvassed the Quick Hill, Upper Mount Stanford, Upper Weston areas of this constituency. And everywhere you go, people are saying in one voice, Chad Blackman is the man. I have known Chad for a number of years now, long before politics. Long before I entered politics. We had a group called Tomorrow's Parliament. Little did we know back then that we would form part of that parliament. At that time, we looked at some of the things that the Democratic Labour Party was doing to the country. Now, you've heard over the past couple of days somebody talking about St. Peter North. Now, I have a young lady tonight who I want to introduce to you from the constituency of St. James North. Every candidate in an election should have somebody from that constituency that is able to speak about them, that is able to introduce them. Felicia Dujon, who is going to introduce you? But that body must come from St. Peter North, or definitely not from St. James North. I want to introduce to you tonight a young lady by the name of Shakita Williams. She's going to come and she's going to talk about her candidate, her next representative, Chad Blackman. Shakita, welcome to the podium tonight.
Good evening to my neighbors in St. James North. Good evening to the Barbados Labour Party. As a young St. James North constituent, it is with great honor that I stand before you and share this moment. I love the colors that I see. You see, over the years as a young person, I have taken a lot of time observing, reading, and listening to try to truly understand the philosophies of the two major parties in this country. And one prime example of my disappointment was to hear one of the parties talking about how they can take food from somebody's plate. And as I sat and I listened to the things that they were saying, I said to myself, what all pirates, yes, they rob I, sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty to be forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all Chad ever has, triumphant songs. And so it is with my observations as a young person within the Barbados society that it became clear that the Barbados Labour Party has proven time and time again their unwavering dedication to social justice, their dedication to economic empowerment of the working class, each and every one of us sitting here this evening. They have made bold investments in our public services, specifically in healthcare, in education and innovation, and in housing. They have illustrated their understanding of what it means to have good and sound governance and transparency. And what tops it personally for me as a CSME baby is how this party, the Barbados Labour Party, has championed Caribbean integration and strong regional and international partnerships, understanding that strong, united regions is the only way for the survival and success of Caribbean countries like ours. And so tonight, my neighbors and BLP family, when we zoom in on this party's chosen candidate, Chad Blackman, he is one who lives and breathes the values that I've just expressed. In fact, he shares a similar perspective that I do. And that is that even though tourism is what we are known for here in Barbados, he understands that tourism alone is not it, but rather it is the planting and nurturing of people that is our business in Barbados. It is for that reason, my neighbors, that you have heard Chad Blackman speak to the educational development of our people of all ages and facilitating the bridging of intergenerational gaps to foster community progress in this St. James North constituency. Do not be fooled. Chad is well aware that the harvest is plenty, but the laborers are few. And that is why he has committed to a people-first approach, into ensuring that the community involvement is paramount in the decisions that are being made that concerns us, the residents of St. James North. Chad recognizes that things like mentorship and faith and leadership and empowerment are critical when it comes to human development. He believes that our children need a safe space to express themselves, be it through art or even music or mentorship. And this, he believes, calls for an all-hands-on-deck approach. And so he endeavored to partner with our pillars within our community to accomplish this. My fellow young people, I know Chad very, very well. So unlike them, I could tell you he ain't capping. This is a man that already started work by the creation of a tech hub. And this was developed into assisting constituents of St. James North to gain a greater understanding and have an appreciation for technology and its endless possibilities, global for work, for growth, for development, and of course, for innovation. Chad, he plugging into all. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, he is supporting by connecting and showcasing our local entrepreneurs. These are your children, your brothers, your sisters, and your aunties in this constituency by affording all Barbadians an opportunity to showcase the raw talents that we have in this St. James North constituency. And so, while others are trying to steal food from his plate, Chad is busy focusing on enhancing food security by establishing a fishing cooperative for our local farmers in this same constituency. He is uniting farmers under one umbrella to ensure that there's a provision of quality and standard fresh local produce, to which will aid in ensuring that all are fed. No family will go hungry and no man will be left behind. It is by these principles of this said Barbados Labour Party, being the foundation upon which Chad Blackman stands, that he has not only given him the strength and the encouragement to endure these childlike criticisms of these political zealots, but that he is able to have his words seasoned with salt, that he can answer and respond to certain raps with grace and with humility that he comes with. And so, constituents of St. James North, there is no better person to serve us than a man of loyalty. There is no better person to serve us than a man of humility. There is no better person to serve us than a man of empathy. There is no better person to serve us than a man of his intelligence. There is no better candidate to serve the St. James North constituency than a man with Chad's honesty. And so, neighbors, I describe to you none other than Chad Blackman, and with your commitment, the future representative of the St. James North constituency. Ladies and gentlemen, Chad Blackman, our guy, your guy, the man with the big mission, the big vision, the big passion. He is the real MVP. Chad Blackman, the man who is here to serve you. There is no greater candidate than this big man. In the midst of all adversity, he will stand strong. Let us support him on the 21st of May. Vote Chad Blackman. He is the only candidate. He is worthy of your service. He is there to provide for you. He is there to help you. The work has already started. He is not done yet. The journey has only just begun. Ladies and gentlemen of the St. James North constituency, family members of the Barbados Labour Party, and those in the ear of my voice, if you are still undecided, make tonight your decision in night. Chad Blackman is the X that you should be putting next to the name on the 21st of May. Voting is at 6 a.m. till 6 p.m. Make that choice. Make the right choice. Vote for the real MVP. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. We voting red for Chad Blackman. So go big or go home. Make that choice. Make the right choice. Chad Blackman is the new representative of the St. James North constituency. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Wave your flags in the air. Let us vote for the right choice in Chad Blackman of the Barbados Labour Party. Let us go big. Let us continue to strive. We are going to be triumphant. The victory has already been won. The deal is sealed. Chad Blackman for St. James North.
Chad Blackman, big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability, beyond his years maturity. Make the whole turn up for this country. You can know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James of massive, a great representative. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman.
Look at people. Look at people. My Lord, have mercy. Are you ready, St. James North? I can't hear you. Are you ready, St. James North? We are almost there. We're not there yet, but we're almost there. Lower the thing for me. I want to see my people. Lower it for me. Lower it for me. Keely, how you? I can come and hug you when it's done. Don't worry. I can touch it. I can smell it. I can feel it. But we're not taking it for granted. Because why all of this support only matters if we get the votes. But I know that you have my back, and I have your back. And over the last year, we have formed a bond in this constituency. And I want to salute the great people of this great community called Weston. Not Western, but Weston. So, Fair, I salute you. Keely, I salute you. Mercy, I salute you. My boy Spicy, Spice, my general, I salute you. Alex, I hail you up, my brother. Weston is the heartbeat of the campaign tonight. And one of the things I want to say to you is that over the last year, not only have I formed the bond with you, have I walked with you, I've ate with you. Yes, sometimes a current slice or two. But I don't know any Bajan that don't eat them things. But as you've heard, my campaign manager, let me salute you again. The Lioness Cynthia Bradshaw, thank you very much for leading a campaign with distinction. But it was only Cynthia. You had Julian, Stacy, Christina, the whole host. This campaign, yes, we're seeking an election for a member of parliament. But what started as a campaign has now started to move into a movement. And I'm humbled by the fact that persons are committed to ensuring that on Wednesday, the next member of parliament for St. James North is none other than Chad Jason Blackman. You've heard a lot. And I want to thank, not just in the context of my campaign manager, but in her capacity as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister with responsibility for our country's roads and works, Cynthia Bradshaw, because when you walk the length and breadth of this great constituency, you're seeing significant progress. And one issue that continues to rise is the issue of roads. But this constituency has been and is the constituency that has had the highest level of roads done by this administration. But we're equally cognizant of the fact that we cannot stop there. And I'm proud to reiterate what you've heard, that already plans have been submitted for phase 2 for the road rehabilitation program. And St. James North, we can now get roads in a way that will make the constituency proud, building on what we've had before since coming to office. Why is it important? This part of the constituency in the country plays a pivotal role in the country's economic development. It plays a pivotal role in the life of communities. And therefore, the road works not just for economic activity, but locals must also enjoy. And that is why this party is committed, notwithstanding the global headwinds. We have committed to ensuring that you get the best that is due for you. This is not guesswork. This has been an exercise of groundwork. You do not play politics with people's lives. You have to come to the table well-equipped, well-researched, and with the resources necessary, and I'm happy to be part of a team that is doing that. But I want to talk tonight to the first-time voters. This is for you and about you. Over the last few weeks, you've heard me outline a number of initiatives and a number of programs that allows for you to understand the tenets of technology, and therefore, it is why we've launched and conceived what is now known as the St. James North Tech Hub, a transformative idea and initiative that will ensure that the future of this nation has young people who are equipped with the knowledge and skills in artificial intelligence and robotics and coding to be able to not just compete, but to do what their counterparts in Europe and Asia and Africa and the Arab world have been doing, thus bringing economic prosperity to this constituency and this country. Because why? The intellectual property of those ideas will renown to the benefit of all of us, not just in St. James North, but the rest of Barbados.
This is the Labour Party way. In addition, we've also said that if we have to move the society forward, we must do so cognizant of the fact that there are lots of talent and young people and those a little older who are in the mode of doing business. So whether you're a small business or medium business, there has never been a single space or place where you can find all of those persons. And it's therefore why we've created what is now called The Plug. What is The Plug? A directory for small entrepreneurs to have their space, and you can understand where to get a barber, a nail tech, a caterer. So that if you're coming to St. James North on vacation or to do business, or you simply live in Barbados or the north of the country, you no longer have to call a friend and ask, you know, if there's something up there. No, there will be a single space where now you can find that. This is the sort of thing that we are doing. Politics is about ensuring that you use the authority that the law has given you to benefit ordinary citizens in their day-to-day lives and living. This is the Labour Party where plug into all, my brother. But talking about plugging in, part of it is that we have to ensure that our people are healthy. And you've heard all the jokes and the banter about being healthy in size. I am a man 6'4". As a lady said to me when I was canvassing 2 weeks ago, Blackie, I like you. You're a Mabatana man, you know. And I say, yes, I'm a Mabatana man. But this Mabatana man is part of a party that rescued Barbados in 2018 from the dire straits ushered in by the Democratic Labour Party, when you could not get a bus, when you could not get a garbage truck, when you could not go to University of the West Indies and enjoy free tertiary education, because why? Economic mismanagement was part of the day. So I'd rather be a big man with a big vision and a big plan to deliver for the people of St. James North than to come with you with arrogance and empty promises. Because why? Empty talk can't work for you. And that is why on Wednesday, with God's grace and your vote, I will be your member of parliament in this great constituency of St. James North. And it is therefore, in the context of health, I said to the country, I exposed myself, and I said, I am prepared to be a champion and the champion in the constituency to ensure that healthy lifestyles and healthy living is the order of the day. So whether it be walks, community walks, runs, healthy living, healthy eating, St. James North must be the most healthy part of this country, starting inspiring other constituencies to do so. What is the end result of that? That Barbados, a country known for high levels of non-communicable diseases, we are going to take it back in our hands and ensure that this country can reverse the diabetes, the high blood pressure, and ensure that we can make our people prosperous, not just to economic activity, but health, what goes in our mouth. You've heard my campaign manager Sandy talk about water. I must tell you, St. James North and Barbados, I am 42 years old, and of course, throughout life, I have drank water. But I have not drank so much water except for the last 2 weeks. And I look good too. Yes, I agree, my brother. Sometimes I get a little thirsty. You're walking in the hot sun, you want a little sugar. Santa, I want Santa drink water. I'm a little tired, I just need a little something to pick me up. Give me a mint. Water. But the benefit now, before I was wearing a size 4X, now I'm wearing a 3X. Talk and talk about me, but progress has already started to happen. So those who want to talk and laugh, let them come. Because just now they can got to start calling me the big small man. You understand? But in addition to that, we must ensure that this constituency has the ability to conceive and deliver anything that it has put its mind to. And in order for us to go forward as a community and a constituency and a country, we must ensure that those who have walked the road already, who do I mean, are elderly, they possess a high level of experience and intellect
that we must tap into. And as we go forward and chart the future of this constituency and this nation, our people must benefit from the knowledge that those in our elderly community have amassed throughout the years. And it is therefore why we've created the Grey Initiative. It's important because why? You have to ensure that the persons, before they leave this earth, share their ideas. And it is therefore why you're going to see us coming around so as to ensure that we can record you and listen to not just the stories, but your experiences in business, in agriculture, and in life generally. The future of this nation owes a debt to our ancestors and our people who continue to have walked the road in very, very tough times, but have made it nonetheless. We are a resilient nation, and we must never forget our people. But I also want to talk very briefly on the importance of a key thing. We talk about economic development, we talk about health, we talk about growth, we talk about business. But none of us in here, in this space, can not just survive, but prosper in the absence of strong and sound spiritual groundings. And it is therefore why we've created what is now called The Flame, a program which will allow for our churches and our community elders to talk with each other and our young people so as to ensure that we can bring back some good old-time Bajan spiritual values whilst we chart the road ahead. God has been very, very good to us. We have not enjoyed economic growth just so. Yes, we have a brilliant leader and a brilliant government and a brilliant team. But because we've availed ourselves through humility and made ourselves available to the Lord and His work, we have seen upgrades and no downgrades. And it tells you, therefore, as our motto says and our anthem says, pride, yes, but humility must take us forward and further. And I want to say this to you. We must build a bridge for our people. And that bridge between the older generation and the younger generation is key. But I also want to take this time as a proud Barbadian to pay honor to our fellow Barbadian, Weston Chase, who is now appointed as the captain of the West Indies cricket team. All of us in Barbados should be proud. All of us in the region should be proud. Because why? Cricket is in our DNA. We have the fortune of having the world's greatest cricketer coming from our shores. But equally, just like Weston, who when he puts his mind to a task, he digs in. I too will dig in once you give me the chance. Just like Weston, when he sets his mind, he looks around the field before he plays the ball. I will scan the landscape before any shot is played. Just like Weston, who is committed to the long haul and will play every single ball on merit. I too will do every ball on merit because you, the people of St. James North, deserve someone who has steady hands of leadership. Your lives demand someone who can handle pressure, who is focused even when there are adverse circumstances around you. You cannot flinch when you're dealing with the lives of thousands of people. And my intention, once you give me the chance, is to ensure that I bring a level of representation to this great constituency of St. James North that will not just make you proud, but that will make the rest of this nation envy St. James North. Because why? We in St. James North are the heartbeat of Barbados. It is a coastal community. It is an urban community. It is an agricultural community. We have all the ingredients here, but with a level of humility, we must forge ahead and ensure that people's lives can now come to the fore, develop, prosper, and repeat. And I want to say to you that I come to you to deliver service on your behalf. The road will not always be easy, but the road will be determined by how we act every single day. And I commit to you to place at your disposal my time, my skills, my intellect, my connections, my family, every single thing for you. Because why? You and this country have given me a lot. I am the man I am today because of Barbados. Real talk. I am the man I am because of the community that raised me, Vauxhall. I am the man today because of the parents that brought me into this world, the community that raised me. And I must tell you, from my 41st year into my 42nd, the community that has nurtured me and continues to do so is the constituency and people of St. James North. And I want to thank you very much for it. But I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to me. Those by the shop, those here. I have a simple question. Tell me, when will you be mine? Tell me, quando, quando, quando. Y'all gonna sing with me? Let's start again. St. James North, when will you be mine? Tell me, quando, quando, quando. Let's go on, one more time. St. James North, you belong to me. Come on, vote with me when. Wednesday's your day to vote. And we will be a lifetime with humility and love. You will always show me the way. That's enough for now. I know a lot of you didn't know that I could sing, huh? But listen. I simply want to say this. Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute, my brother. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Cross the road by fear. Just give me a minute. Just a minute. Wednesday, May the 21st, is a day that we must ensure that we don't take for granted. It is a day that we must renew the commitment of service to this great constituency of St. James North. And I want to encourage you that as you get up on Wednesday, May 21st, that you put on your clothes, you put on your shoes, you call your neighbor, your family, and we say, we voting for Chad. And you place that X squarely in the box for Chad Blackman. And after you've done that, you come home, you call everybody, you WhatsApp everybody, you vote yet? Yes, good. No? Come, we're going for Chad. So that at the end of the night, when the returning officer speaks to you and the country, Chad Blackman and the Barbados Labour Party will be the member of parliament and the party that continues to represent this great constituency of St. James North. I commit to you to ensure that you will get all of me, and I will love all of you, now and forevermore. Amen. God bless you. Good night, and see you all on Wednesday.
Big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion. We going big with Chad Blackman. His talent and ability beyond his years maturity. With the whole lot of love for this country, you don't know Chad Blackman is ready. And with a whole lot of knowledge, bright and so innovative. For all the St. James North massive, a great representative.
Give it up for your next representative, St. James North and Chad Blackman. Give it up for your next MP, St. James North, Chad Blackman. Tonight, you've heard from every speaker who came to this platform why the BLP is good for Barbados. Tonight, you've heard why the government led by Mia Amor-Motley is still best for Barbados. 7 years ago, around this time, Barbados had a very, very different feeling. It was very dark. It was very scary. The economy was crumbling. We had no money to pay our bills, but the election campaign was in full swing, and the BLP came to you with the promise, with the hope of a brighter tomorrow. 7 years ago today, we were going across Barbados as we are going across St. James North, letting people know that better can be done. And in the 7 years since, better has been done for the people of Barbados and for the people of St. James North. In the 7 years since, Barbados has weathered the storms of COVID, weathered the storms of a bad economy, weathered the storms of poor infrastructure left, weathered the storms of potholes in roads, weathered the storms of no garbage collection, weathered the storms of no sewage on the roads and having repaired it. We've weathered the storm of bad people in government and being replaced with good people, the good people of the Barbados Labour Party within this government. So tonight, after we heard from Chad, we know that Chad is coming, and with your help, come Wednesday, he's going to be going to Parliament as your next MP. We know that he's going to rejoin the Prime Minister's cabinet, the people of Barbados cabinet, to continue to do the good works. The good works that let you know that we have a Prime Minister who shows up every day to save this country. The good works let you know that when Barbados was facing darkness, she brought light. And the good words that let you know that when we didn't see progress, that progress is now. Listen, people, this is our Prime Minister, Mia Amor-Motley, a woman who shows up for Barbados every day, a woman who lets you know that better can be done, the woman who led the saving of our economy, the saving of our dollar, and allow us to have the brighter tomorrow that we dreamt of. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Prime Minister, Mia Amor-Motley. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the leader that brought you stability and is bringing you Chad Blackman in St. James North. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia Amor-Motley with Chad Blackman.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night. The big man himself. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I feel the energy in St. James North tonight. But we are not there. We are not there. And if you know me, you know, just like a good athlete running on the track, you have to breast the tape. And if you got breasts like me, you can make it easier. But you have to breast the tape. You have to lean into it. And what we will not do is to confuse energy with complacency. And I have come here tonight with some simple messages. And let me start like you, Chad. I did it on Friday. I do it again. This parish has produced great cricketers for this country. And therefore, I know cricket means a lot to you. All right, darling. All right. But I want tonight to salute Rolston Chase again for completing the circle for us in Barbados. And what do I mean by that? we have a Bajan captain in every major form of the game. We have the captain in the 2 white ball teams in Shea-Hope. We have Haley Matthews captaining the women. And I hope Bajans will come out and support them with the South Africa matches coming up soon. And now we have Ralston Chase. And one of the things that stuck out for me was the story of understanding how Ralston applied himself first to get into the West Indies team, to keep his place, and then to fill the eyes such that people could see leadership in him. And I've come here tonight to talk to you about leadership. Because leadership is not just pretty talk. It is not simply rhetoric. Leadership is first and foremost about having a vision, about having determination and persistence, about having the capacity to care and empathize. Leadership is found at all levels, in primary schools, in Cub Scout movements and Girl Guides movements, in sports, in households and families. There's always somebody, more or less, who you know that the rest of the family can listen to, not true? But leadership is also critical for a country. And we tend to associate it first with that, without recognizing that leadership is more than one individual. And I've come here tonight to start a series of conversations even beyond this election about what this country needs. Not wants, but needs, in order to go through a very, very sticky wicket. When the wicket is not playing as you expect it to play, it cannot be business as usual. And one of the things that bothers me, and I say so from my heart, that this Democratic Labour Party is yet to turn up for this campaign for the people of St. James North. What now represents itself as a Democratic Labour Party is a shadow. In fact, it is not even a shadow. It is a pressure movement compared to what Errol Barrow led in this country and took this country to independence with. And I say so, conscious that the current leader tries to locate himself in what he believes to be the glory days of the anti-colonial movement, of the policies that are supposed to be progressive and pro-poor. But if you start wrong, you can't end up right. And when you start by telling people that whenever they call your name, in spite of the fact that this country has become a republic since November 30th, 2021, Ralph Thorne wants you to call him King's Counsel. What is his mirror image? What is his mirror image? And I say to you tonight that the other thing that is required of us is to be able to allow people to trust your word streets. You must be able to trust your word. A few weeks ago, Ralph got and told you that we were seeking to do voter padding in this country. You remember that? And that we were seeking to bring in students and put them on the voters list. And to do all of the things that would undermine the integrity of our democracy and our voting system. And I said to him, put up or shut up. And if I doubted the evidence would come in understanding and going through the list of persons entitled to vote on Wednesday. And what are the facts? 20 people got taken off for whatever reason, may have moved or whatever. 21, I think, or so. And 50 people got put on. All of a sudden, when I told him to put up or shut up, he said he wasn't really talking about that. He was talking about what he may contemplate or may happen. How do you come and trifle with a country's reputation as if you have no other thing to recommend you to the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party and to the people of this nation? But I go further. He came to you. He told you that at Kensington all we did was to sweep some floors and change out some seats. And you, the people of Barbados, saw how we spent your money when you went to Kensington Oval and we opened it up to the whole country. He told you fast and loose that this government told the people at Foundation School to paint the hall red. What utter nonsense. But this is the same man who could spend a momentous time last night telling you about we have no respect for the people of this country in giving them the $300 solidarity allowance and people standing up in the sun to receive it. Now, before I give you the facts, cease and settle. Cease and settle. Before I give you the facts, somebody send a message to him and Verla and the rest. If you don't want the $300, we'd be glad to take them for the disabled community or for some other worthy cause in this country. You don't have to take it. But I want to carry you back and let you understand why you are receiving it. Because 7 years on Saturday will mark when this government came to office. And 2 weeks after we came to office, so I'm talking about 6 years and 10 days ago, we went to the country and I said to you what we found was difficult and that I'm going to have to ask you to help lift some heavy weight in this country and to share the burden. And I told you that if you share the burden with me, that whenever there is a bounty, you will share in the bounty. Did I not tell you so? Did I not repeat it over and over and over? But I go further. Did I not confront the difficult challenge of having to explain to you, not when we got in office, and I want Anthony Wood, who obviously is suffering from a form of political dementia. Because he would have been at Wharton. And if he wasn't there, he would have been listening. So for him to write a letter indicating that we hid and went to the IMF after office tells me that he is drinking some kind of Kool-Aid, but guess what? It ain't working because Neil Marshall abused him up to this morning and say he had no right to the Democratic Labour Party and that Owen Arthur never make you a Minister of Finance. That is what happened when you go in. You're not welcome. But on the 10th of May, 2018, we went to Wharton. And I will never forget it because I wasn't well that night. And I had to deliver the manifesto to you, the people of Barbados, sick as a dog. sick as a dog. I can talk about it now. And on that night, you can go back and listen. Go and put in BLP Manifesto Launch Wharton 2018. And I went back tonight and I listened. And I described to you why Frondell Stewart and them had literally played the fool with Bajan's future and how deep in a hole we were. And I said to you that the only thing left for him to have done was to go in Madame Lagarde's office and have the talk, and that he carried us on a long, long ride but wouldn't lead. And I took this party's future and put it at risk. And 2 weeks before an election, on the 10th of May, I said to the country, I cannot tell you yes tonight from this platform, but I am telling you that I am not afraid of going there, meaning the IMF, if I have to go there. I went on to tell you, it is not picking fares. It is not stealing. It is not corruption. It is saving a country and unlocking capital that we need to build back your lives. And I told you those things because leadership, first and foremost, is about building trust with people. And I told you that if I have to bank 3 feet that way and 4 feet that way, that whatever I am going to do, we will consult with you. And we consulted with the social partnership, and we consulted with the people of Barbados. And 7 years later, after 2 programs, we can come out having been the best performer in the International Monetary Fund, stabilizing the Barbados economy, and putting people at the center of our long-term development. Does that mean that there was not some hardship? Of course there had to be. If you get cut, you know it's going to hurt you before it gets better. But what we were able to do was to solidify and strengthen the nation. So that when, in this last year, we got a little extra from corporation taxes, I said it already in Parliament. My first wish was for us to be able to make tax changes and bring it down even more again. Because this government, you forget, brought down your income taxes, increased your reverse tax credit, introduced a compensatory income tax credit. All of those things we did 6 years ago while being in the IMF program. Still allowing us to buy buses and sanitation trucks and build a new accident and emergency and pay for your children to go back to the University of the West Indies free of charge. We gave you a little breakfast before a long journey, and you got a salary increase, and then 2 more after that. We introduced the minimum wage in the middle of COVID when everybody said, you can't do it. And we increasing it now again next month by $2 an hour, which is $16 a day, which is $80 a week, which is $400 or more a month. Because people must live in this country. Ralph Thorne cannot lecture us about poor people in this country. He suddenly got a voice when he got in George Street. Not a word. And we asked him and give him enough chances to talk. And even when he was chairing the Thorne Commission, which will still come to Parliament because I don't see people, I see the mission. But David Commijon, who is here, will tell you that Ralph was almost a reluctant leader there too. So when he gets up last night and tries to raise from the grave the memory of my grandfather and tell you that I only given you $300 to do like a soup kitchen, well, first of all, I was never born when he did it. But I am happy to receive the grace and gratitude from many who continue today to tell me that if it wasn't for him helping to close the gap in the absence of a government doing so, they would not have been able to raise their children. But I ain't come here to defend that. I come here to deal with his misleading you, because you would believe that we are sending all Bajans out there to go and line up in the sun When Ryan Strawn introduced this, he made it clear that only those people who are not pensioners, who are not receiving disability allowances, who are not in the National Insurance Scheme, who are not in the Revenue Authority scheme, that because the government has chosen to give every Bajan citizen over the age of 18 years old the $300, that you would have to have a process for some people to register to make sure they get the money. You know what is sad? You really know what's sad? That the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs on Thursday this week sent both myself and Minister Strawn the results of what had been done up to May 15th. On the 14th of May, at NIS, pensioners from the NIS and the public sector, counting 55,908 people, all received their allowance to the tune of $16,772,400. That in the Treasury, the people working for central government, 15,134 people were not lining up in the sun being treated like horses and cattle. They received $4.54 million, roughly. The state-owned enterprises, 11,794 people working there. They were not lining up in any sun. They received it in their bank accounts, $3,538,200. The private sector people with the Barbados Revenue Authority, 34,387 people received $10,316,000. And on the 16th of May, the NIS went again and gave now the private sector people from the NIS, 15,149 entities, people, they gave them $4,544,700. Now you know what that adds up to? That 132,372 Bajans in the last week got $300 in their bank accounts or credit union accounts across this country. And that added up so far to $39,711,600 being distributed to Bajans across this country. And I go further. The people who are now to register between now and June 30th, you have the NIS headquarters you can go to. You have the post office you can go to, the general post office every day. And you have a schedule of the district post offices that are being advertised so that you can go. Now, if we had never done it, you would hear at the next election, the government tell you share the burden and never gain a bounty. Look, I have come to the people of St. James North conscious and confident that my government has done well for the people of this country. Does it mean that we are finished? Absolutely not. You heard everybody on this platform tonight. Sandra told you where you should stay the course. Gregory told you about what we are trying to do with education transformation, and God bless Chad, be it the will of the people on Wednesday night. Hopefully Thursday morning you will be sworn in again, both as an MP this time and as a minister. Continuing the work of educational transformation. And I haven't told you that separate from the IMF, we also had to endure almost 3 years of COVID and restrictions. I ain't talk about all the food packages we gave the whole country. No, man. You heard Tony come and explain to you the importance of voting, because there are people in other parts of the world who took it for granted, and tonight now find that many of them lost their jobs. Many of them were put out to pasture in other ways. And I say to you that you are not too old to forget what the last decade did to you. People who earn between $18,000 and $25,000 in this country. You were not getting the reverse tax credit before 2019. How does a government in the middle of an IMF program give you that, and one that refused to go in an IMF program and see you, and feel you, and hear you? People who earn between $25,000 a year and $35,000 a year. Every year since 2019, I told you that whatever money you paid in taxes, you will get it back. And I told you all the investment in this country and them quarreling. And I told you that I am not going to tell you that a day may not come when your government may not be able to give you back, but so long as we can afford it, every year we give you back every cent in taxes if you earn between $25,000 and $35,000 in terms of income taxes. And thank God, every year since 2019, you have gotten it back. A government is not perfect. You name me any family, any country that is made of people who are perfect and divine. But what I will always promise you is that we will always confront our problems head on. And I gave you the example of doing what none of the other Caribbean leaders that I know would have wanted to do. When I told them that I admitted to having to possibly go to the IMF 2 weeks before an election, they said, "Girl, you mad? Who does that? Who does that?" And I said, because I want to maintain a relationship of trust with the people of Barbados, and because I knew how much we were hurting, and because I knew that this was the only place we could go to get the job sorted out and fixed. And 7 years hence, we were right, and we did the right thing by the country and by you. And hence, when we give you the $300, I would like it to be more too, but don't believe that that is all you got. Because for every month that we cap VAT on electricity at 10%, how much you get each month? For every month that we took the duties off from as far back as 2022 with the compact, with apples and oranges and honey and sanitary napkins and deodorant, because we say it isn't only what you eat, people also have to feel good about themselves. And then we came in March this year and we added stew beef and Horlicks and Sega and a whole host of other things. And Faye and Marcy, I want you all to listen to me and all the others cooking food, Donella up on the highway. We announce that you can go now, and once you register, you will be able to go in and get duty-free equipment for your kitchens so you can serve efficiently and cook efficiently and store your stuff properly. Is that a government that is only looking at big hotels? We go further. All of us who grew up down this side know how the beaches have literally shrunk. Little bit, the water. I know what it is to see sand on this main road when the sea's rough. You know that too here in Weston and Lower Carlton. And this government has committed that while the Coastal Zone Management Unit has worked well for us for over 40 years, it cannot carry us where we need to go with the climate crisis. You heard Santia talk about the impact of the climate on the roads and on the drainage. That has been our lot. But we don't complain about it. We deal with it and get on. And I want to talk to you for 2 minutes on this issue of crime. There can be no question that the only successful way that Bajans can win this battle is through a whole of government and a whole of nation approach. It can't be government alone. When it came to saving the dollar, we took a whole of nation approach. When it came to saving us from COVID, we took a whole of nation approach. And I didn't know that I would have to recommend and thank even the same Verla and Joe Atherley, both of whom recognize the importance of moving with one voice on certain critical issues. I am the most disappointed person in Ralph Thorne tonight. Because not once, but more than once, we said to Ralph, come and serve. He actually left me and the cabinet secretary believing that he was accepting the position on the Citizens Advisory Council for Citizen Security. And then the next day, while we waiting on him, did not turn up. I don't know if he was eating, because last night he said that when he was to have the meeting with us in education, he had no time to talk about education transformation because he was eating food. What is this obsession with food? Do not tell me that. You cannot say so, that rats like food. I am not going to say so from this platform. What make you say so? I'm not going to say so. No. But I go back to the point. Let us be very clear. People kill people, not guns. People kill people. And I make the point that guns don't walk, guns don't talk. And unless a person picks up the gun, the only purpose for a gun is to maim, disfigure, or kill. Now, we're going to have serious conversations long beyond this by-election. And I came tonight to speak to you about leadership. Because being a leader means that you do not let the country which you want to lead suffer. That you know how to keep it together and still fight for your space on another platform. And I say to you tonight, Bajans, that there are things that we have done. I hear them talking about the Attorney General and what he said before we came to office. And I had to go back and read it carefully again. And Dale Marshall, on the occasion of that event in Kadooment, made the point about the use of the Barbados Defense Force being deployed with the police. And something happened this week of which I am not happy at all. And I understand the difference between my position constitutionally and other constitutional posts in this country. But I feel strongly that while I have no power whatsoever to direct the Auditor General, the Director of Public Prosecutions, any judge, that I have a duty to comment when I see things that are wrong. Those people who had their cases dropped, 6 or 7 of them, I don't know the facts, related to the same incident on Spring Garden. I don't know the facts. But what I do know is that a country deserves an explanation. and to explain to the people why you would have now to drop the case against those 6 or 7 young men as they were. And I pray that the DPP will understand his duty to the people who he serves in that constitutional post. But I go further. I understand what you are feeling. And I understand that there are some who are so riled up that they may want vengeance. But vengeance does not solve anything, my friends. And this government has brought legislation and will continue to do so. We increased the number of criminal judges from 2 to 8. We increased the number of prosecutors to 20 from single digits. We introduced legislation for plea bargaining. We introduced judge-only trials. And we didn't do this because we sit in a cloistered room and decided to do it. The Attorney General led 2 national consultations. And those who were involved in the criminal justice system came to those consultations. And there are matters. We have received 2 papers from the Advisory Council on Citizenship Security. We have received their comments on pieces of legislation that the Attorney General will speak to you on shortly. We amended the Firearms Act. And we brought new legislation to deal with bail that will make sure that people, even if they are not only risk to leaving the country, but if there are threats to public stability and public safety, that is one of the considerations the court can use in order to be able to deny them bail. My friends, between January 2023, when jury trials started back, you all forget that all of that stopped during COVID? All you forget that? Between January 2023 and now, we have done over 67 murder cases. And I've told them that we need to make sure that whatever resources are needed to have a murder case heard within 6 to 9 months must be given. So my friends, I give you the assurance that this government is not losing sight, nor will not play with the issue of crime and law and order in this country. In fact, so serious have we taken it because we recognize that we are nowhere near what some of our other Caribbean brothers and sisters are facing. As recent as yesterday in Trinidad and Tobago. As recent as the other day here in Jamaica. And what we said, we went to Guyana in November last year, and we agreed to something called the George Bridge Declaration, which is rooted in appointing a high-level person to assist us across the region in getting all of the things in place that we need to do, from training of the police right back through. But we didn't wait on that alone. Last year I told you that the police were in danger of losing detectives back into uniform. You can put down the umbrellas. Because of the lack of an allowance. And so serious did this government believe this situation to be that we took it out and we said we have to have it resolved, because you cannot have a country without the police being able to investigate and detect crime. And we've committed to the others in uniform and the other parts of the force, the police service, that you also will have your regrading when the opportunity comes this year. And I'm happy to report to the country that that process of regrading has started since months ago, and I expect it to finish before the end of this year. So we didn't need Ralph Thorne to tell us anything. or to tell us how to deal with police or teachers or anybody. And what I realize is that for him, leadership now is about complaints and grievances instead of focusing on giving the country the assurance that in a world where there is so much turbulence, in a world where you saw what happened with the tariffs, in a world where you saw I had to write President Trump and ask him not to impose penalties on Chinese-made ships coming to the Caribbean because the Caribbean depends on food coming every 7 days out of Florida. In a world where we are now worrying about conflict after conflict. And I pray that they will find peace. That what we need in Barbados is steady leadership. And leadership is not about an individual. I want to repeat myself. I am very flattered when you tell me all them things, but it is not about me alone. If I did not have the team, and you saw the team tonight, you heard Ian Goodenedgell tell you about tourism long stay going up by 10.7% last year, and about all the airlift. You heard Kirk Humphrey talk to you about all he was doing in his social services. And for the people who are disabled and the senior citizens villages we are about to do. But above all else, you heard Chad come to you on this platform. Chad talked to you about the Flame Initiative. The initiative that will try to work with families to get children back in to some form of religious grounding in Sunday school or in mosque or in temples, whatever religion you belong to. You heard him talk about the Grey Initiative, intending to deal with the senior citizens in this community, and he has already asked me for a senior citizens village in St. James North. You heard him talk to you about the agricultural co-op. You heard him talk to you about the tech hub with the youngsters. Contrast this platform to the other platform up the hill. It is true that they had more media than audience there tonight. But contrast the content. And I say to you tonight that this country more than ever needs, in the world in which we live, steady, sound, credible, caring, empathetic leadership. No, you have it in the Barbados Labour Party team that I have the honor to lead. And Santia told you about the roads. You think you could build Rockdunder Road in 3 weeks or 4 weeks? What foolishness are you hearing? And you heard the 16 roads done. And I want to say to the people of Weston, look at this fish market, the Millie Eiffel fish market. I came here and I promised you a number of things. I told you that this fish market would be redone. I told you that the abandoned fire station will be developed for the benefit of the community. And the reality is that we have done the studies. Arch Hall is just up the hill. But what we have also done is to say no to proposals that came in to sell that fire station or to give it to other people who are expatriates. And I said no. We also did, and you got to remember some history. I was the Attorney General that did the legal opinion when Owen Arthur was trying to save John Moore Bar. So I come to this yesterday. But we understood that to get the fish market done, they had to put the kiosks and the other things on the other side of the road. And now that is over. You had the container there with the lockers. When that moves, we can get to the business of fixing the community center again. And it is not a mob a ton of money to fix it, because we have had quotations from people that would bring us in just over $100,000 for upstairs. And upstairs, I suspect, is in a worse condition than downstairs. But the bottom line is that that is the next set of business to be done. And that is why you heard Santia speak about having to pave in the back. Because if we didn't do it, and the trucks come in with all the material and all the marl, what's the next thing that going to happen to the people in the houses? You're going to hear that the dust humbug in here. So that what they decided to do was to pave so that at least when they go now to fix the community center, there is no disruption to the people. And the people don't live from here down to the bottom by John Moore's shop. The people live from here to that speaker there, from the community center. So if you knew Weston and not Western, you wouldn't be answering and talking that foolishness. So my friends, I have come here tonight to ask you, the people of Weston, of Baird's Road, and you heard help is coming for you with the road there, Dublin Road. I was here and saw, even before the election was called, and told Santa the bridge right there by Dublin Road, and we know what happens up on the ridges. I have been working when I took Water Authority under me. It is because I know I have a lot of complex problems to solve, and you in St. James North know it better than most in Ashton Hall, in Carlton, in Trents, because all of you live near to the wells, and you pay a heavy price for maintaining a national public good of clean, affordable, and accessible water in this country. And the government is intent on finding policy prescriptions that go where no other government has gone in this country since independence, to right you, the part that has you being a victim because you can't access the land that is yours that somebody left you because of the situation with the zone land. My friends, this is what leadership is about. And because it is not about a single individual, because it is about heavy lifting, I need a big man to help me with the heavy lifting. I need a big man with a vision, almost 20 years younger than me. I need you to continue to recognize that when you voted and continue to vote for the Barbados Labour Party, that it is not taken for granted. And it warms my heart when I see how, and yesterday was a perfect example, community by community by community, the love and the energy for Chad. But as I say to you, do not confuse energy with complacency in the next 3 days. And I want to thank all who have worked. We will meet again on Tuesday night. But I want to tell you that there are still some people in your community that are undecided, or who have not yet quite made up their mind, or who might be listening to people talk foolishness, but they want balance. How you can get balance? You want help. You don't want balance. I want help too, to lift the heavy weight. And I'm saying to you that in the same way, we have been able to do it methodically, step by step by step by step, since 2018. Let us continue the job for you. We are not perfect, but we are committed. We listen. Tell me which other government goes month by month by month by month and listen to the people of each parish come and talk, give ideas, and say whatever they have to say. The only month we take off is December. 3 years now. So my friends, Kerry, you don't need to be introduced. You need to come and wrap up. And I want you to come and wrap up because the hour is late. And I know in the cricketing analogy, there are still runs to be put on the board. And I have every confidence that he will put them on the board. But I have a simple task to ask you, the people of this community, who I have known for most of my life. The good people. The people who in their own way do their best for this country and their families. Come out on Wednesday morning early and give Chad Blackman that X, that vote. And in him and with him, you can build a new long-term partnership. This is not a deposit just to say you give somebody a vote. He has told you about building a movement. I am telling you about building a partnership. And if all goes well, even when I leave this task and this job, I will look on with pleasure, because I know that the man who you're about to vote for will not leave you at all wanting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is who we have brought for you. It is up to you now to seal the deal on Wednesday. Kerry, my brother, over to you.
I can let Peter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends of the wonderful Barbados Labour Party. I must start by doing a simple public announcement, because the MC wasn't allowed to come up here. T605 and MC 3173. MC 3173 and T605, with the drivers of those respective vehicles, kindly move their cars. Now, my friends, we can get down to business. I have come here tonight to talk. I have come here tonight to talk real talk. Now, let me begin, however, by casting your mind a couple of things you have to do of a delicate nature. And I want to take your mind back to Wednesday night, when the lovely young socialists, the youth arm of the Labour Party, had their meeting. And I want from this place to congratulate each and every one of those young members of this Barbados Labour Party. I think it is fair to say, and I'm sure you will agree with me, that each and every one of them did a better job than anything you heard off a Democratic Labour Party platform for this entire campaign. I also want to lend my own word of thanks to all of you in the wide St. James North constituency for the warmth of your reception. And I want to extend in particular a sense of personal gratitude on behalf of Chad Blackman to those people who come from Trents and Trents Territory and Church Point, Porters. And for the simple reason, I'll give you one example. When a lady is home recovering from a stroke, has not been out to work for the last 3 months, but gets off of her bed to walk about in order to ensure that the Labour Party's representatives can find people, then it tells me, as it should tell you, and most particularly it should tell you, Chad, that there is a tide, there's a wind in your sail and a tide that you're sailing on. And I feel that we have the momentum with us, and I urge you, as the Prime Minister and others have urged you, not to be complacent, not to take anything for granted, but make sure that on Wednesday morning from 6 o'clock, you vote Blackman, 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 and Blackman again. Now, let us get down to business. We have a scandalous fella called Ralph Thorne. I too want to talk about leadership, but I do not intend to be as delicate as the Prime Minister was. I too want to talk about leadership because it eludes me. And I'm going to start by saying to Ralph Thorne and to his candidate, who has used this constituency to make history, because it is the only time that I know of in Barbadian history where obeah chanting has taken place on a political platform.
Oh, Lord.
And I want to say to them, and I say this to you, I've been around this business for a long time now, and I believe it is long enough for me to say that I have never, and I will never, say from a public platform, make an observation about anybody or any issue that I believe I cannot defend. I have never done it, I will never do it, and I have no interest in ever doing it. And so when I say to you tonight that this campaign on the part of the Democratic Labour Party has been an absolute damn disgrace, I say that with every seriousness possible. It has been a total disgrace for them to stand on this side and say, facing the Millie Eiffel Fish Market, that the Barbados Labour Party did nothing for the people in St. James North. Well, good God Almighty. At some point, Pearly Drakes, my friend, how are you? At some point, somebody should have been brought to Christian understanding. This diamond of the West Coast, this diamond was not here when the Democratic Labour Party was in office. And they tell you that they're going to be a voice for the working class people. They tell you they won't be a voice for people who are voiceless. They tell you that they won't be a voice and a shield to protect the vulnerable. But you begin by telling lies to the voiceless and to the vulnerable. Now, let me tell you about this here, because the Prime Minister may be a little bit too modest. $2.7 million spent on this here. This didn't only need fixing when we come in government. It needed to be fixed all through the life of the Democratic Labour Party in opposition. I left Christchurch, where I reside, and I passed Weston's Fish Market that was fixed by Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party administration. I came down the coast road and passed Bridgetown Fish Market, where $2 million went into that fish market by the Barbados Labour Party, and nearly another $2 million into the repairs of jetties out there. I passed through before I get to my constituency, Pile Bay, where we spent $1.5 million to rehabilitate a fish market. Past my constituency, where we spent more money again in Paynes Bay. And if I kept going, we would go to Spikestown, where we spent money there too. How dare Ralph Thorne? How dare he? When there have been multiple millions of dollars invested on behalf of the fishing community in Barbados. And why? Because we feel that people who look like you, who have for decades, and I make no apology for saying this, let us get real, that Afro-Saxon Ralph Thorne, a black man parading about with white values, fails to understand that for decades in this country, the ordinary fisher folk have been treated as though they belong at the base of this society. Economically kept and treated as though they should be at the bottom of the society. And all of Barbados has been duped into a belief that when you talk about earning foreign exchange, you got to talk about the hoteliers. You got to talk about the big investors that's supposed to be investing millions of dollars. But the first thing they do when they sit down across the table from the Minister of Finance is to say, what concession can you give to me? How can you help me not to pay taxes or reduce the taxes I have to pay? No, my friends. So we believe that the fishing community is a community. No, I can take my time. It's a community that has long been neglected, and we came to the rescue of the fishing communities across Barbados. Mayor Motley will tell you that many, many years ago, she and I stood at a meeting in Weston's, and I said then what I say tonight. The first thing that we had to do when we come into government was to make sure that we ensured that the fishing community was able to have better facilities. And why do we need to have those better facilities? Not only in the fish markets I talk about, but I have to talk about Concept Bay as well. And there are others. All don't come to mind right now. Because we believe that if you take the fisher folk and you give them the opportunity to have the steel washdown basins that they now have, if you give them the support that they needed in order that fancy word that Ralph Torrance seems not to connect with, that is called phytosanitary issues. A nice sounding word, but it simply means that you have to make sure that everything you do in the fishing sector, that you are selling a protein to people, it must be as healthy as possible in a market environment that is as healthy as possible to the best possible standards. Do you know that in 2007, the European Union came down here, representatives of the European Union, and they told us that they would get as much fish, they would sell as much fish to us as we could, they would buy from us as much fish as we could supply in 2007. But we went through a whole decade after that under the Democratic Labour Party. Could not sell a blasted fish to anybody in the world outside of Barbadians. Do you know why? We couldn't do it because the legislation that is supposed to be in place to ensure that those same sanitary and phytosanitary issues are dealt with, that legislation never saw the light of day in Parliament. David Eswick was the relevant minister. He failed. Francis Stewart was the prime minister. He failed. Tonight, we have that legislation. So there are two things we have done for the fishing community. One, we have rehabilitated the markets and brought them up to international standards. I use the term diamond of the West. That is the exact term that Dr. Shelley Cox, I believe her name is, who is in charge of the senior person in fisheries, that is how she described it at the opening of this market. And we have now put the legislation in place to ensure sale, not only in Barbados, but across the world. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why does that matter for the ordinary Barbadian on this West Coast? It matters because we are taking that group of people who have historically been treated as though they are at the base of this society, incapable of making meaningful contributions to the Barbados economy, and putting them in a position where they can now be among that class of foreign exchange earners as well. That is where we are taking the fishing community. And this Prime Minister, not satisfied, would have ensured that the minister responsible would have put technological advancements at the disposal of the fishing community on this West Coast. A thing called FADS, F-A-D-S, which are fish attracting devices. So that you now don't have to go there and hope for the best. You put the FADS in the water and the fish congregate and you have a large catch. That is fisheries of today. And sector by sector as you go around Barbados. That is what the leadership has been about. I go further. If you are asked to look at the, give me one, agriculture sector. This constituency, much like mine, and Chad has said it many times, these St. James Central and St. James North constituencies are Barbados in microcosm. We have the tourism belt, we got the agriculture sector, we got the working class, we got the middle class, and we have the extremely wealthy. We have a little bit of everything that Barbados represents in St. James Central and in St. James North. And if you look at agriculture, this government was the government that ended centuries, you understand what I tell you? Hundreds of years of circumstances where your great-grandmother and your great-great-great-grandmother working in an agricultural field and could not heed a call of nature with basic human dignity. That if you wanted to heed a call of nature, you go in a bush and hope that when you're doing your business, somebody don't molest you. That if you want to eat a meal in the agriculture sector, that you do so on the ground and in dirt. Or in more recent times, you might got a chair to carry in the field to sit down and you eat your food, but you can't wash your hand nor because you ain't got no running water. This government has come to the assistance of the agriculture sector. And the ordinary worker in agriculture in Barbados now has portable toilets, facilities, and portable lunchrooms thanks to Indar Ware, Mayor Motley, and the Barbados Labour Party administration. I could talk to you sector by sector. Sanitation services is another one. I just saw Adrian Ford, the minister. For the first time in the history of Barbados, this government was the government that put medical health insurance for ordinary sanitation workers, men and women that we know out there lifting up a can that might weigh 100 pounds, 200 pounds, depending on what people put in it. And if it is a can that you got outside George Street Auditorium around the time of the annual conference of the Democratic Labour Party, is a can that might go in a glass bottle called a spit bottle at one another in there. Brother Smith, you could ring the bell for that. It is a fact. Complaints had been made about the broken glass in the road and all kind of fool. The same meeting that Ralph Thorne, that is always talking about somebody being a dictator, he locked people out of the George Street Auditorium, people who have been life members where our bar was alive. He now come and he shut a gate in their face. An old lady whose name I will not call was forced to urinate in a bottle. Is that not true? That's a fact. So he's talking about being a voice for the voiceless. Ralph Thorne, I'm not taking any pupillage from you. We came to the rescue of the sanitation service workers. You do not get more people in that income bracket who are at or above the basic poverty line, whether it be the agriculture sector, the fishing community, the sanitation services, and I can go on and on. That is the proud record of this Barbados Labour Party. And we are not going to be lectured here in St. James North by people who now come. But you know why they do it? They do it because there's a culture of irresponsibility. And I come to talk about that tonight too. Because this campaign began where I spoke, I think it was in Rockdundo, and I was very fair. And I said that the candidate for the Barbados the Democratic Labour Party was a person of unknown quantity. We said then that it was clear that this individual entered an election contest in St. Lucia, and I presume that the person who ran in Castries, West Central, in St. Lucia is the same individual who is running in Barbados now. The name of the individual, when they went to register, was given as Yolande Brown. Now, I take this very seriously, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I, too, have heard the talk about how we don't want any solution to run a Barbados election. Not me. I'm not in that. I, however, have a longer memory than many of you seem to have. And I recall the painful experience that this country had when we had to work out and are still trying to find out what happened with $3.33 million Barbados dollars that went astray under the last Democratic Labour Party administration. And a St. Lucian member of Parliament name get called in all of that. That's a fact. Let us not pretend it didn't happen. So I know that when I don't know you from birth, but I have welcomed you into my arms and in your country, and you may have been a refugee, I don't know. You may have come here out of goodwill, I don't know. You may have come here because you fall in love with a Bajan here, I don't know, and I don't care. But what I do know is that if I go down the road there by John Moore shop, or if I go across here, and I say, I want you to trust me. I want you to trust me with a hot coat and 10 brown mints. The first thing that they're going to ask me is, what's your name, star? How I going to write that down if I going to trust you so I know who I going after. If I go and write that down by Chris, and Chris going to tell me I got to be able to give him a name. And a woman comes to you in this election campaign who had a name in St. Lucia when she went to register. When called upon to produce her ID, it was a different surname. It was no longer Brown. It was Yolande Brown, Yolande Dujon Brown. I want to know if Felicia Dujon is the same individual. The people in St. Lucia tell me it is so. The people in St. Lucia tell me that I should have a record which I now share with you. This marks St. Lucia Electoral Department. It tells me that in 2011, in the election in Castries Central, a total of 4,127 votes were cast. It tells me that a gentleman called Stanley Felix got 1,977 votes. It tells me that a man called Richard Frederick got 2,111 votes. But it also tells me that a lady called Yolande Dujon Brown, running for a group called the Lucian People's Movement, got 39 votes. 39. Now my arithmetic tells me that over 4,100 votes had to be cast in that election. And 39 votes is less than 1% of the total vote cast. I want you to understand that in the land of her birth, in the constituency where she born and live and grew up, where people know her best, where they nurtured her, where they are her circle of friends, where when she was hungry, they gave her food to eat, where when she has been thirsty, they gave her drink, where they took her by the hand and carried her to school, when they stopped her from playing in the mud and put her a nasty finger in her mouth. The people who know her best gave her 39 votes in an election. Less than 1%. And I want to know if the people in St. Lucia who know her best treat her that way, why should you be any more charitable? That's the only question I have for you. I also was told to share with you the polling district results of the 8 boxes. I found them interesting. There was one called E1, polling district E1, where she got 5 votes. Polling district E2, where she got another 5 votes. E3A is where her grandparents live on both sides. Granddad, granddaddy, and grandmommy. Polling district E3A, she got 3 votes. So that means that either grandmommy or granddaddy or grand or granddad did not vote.
Oh, Lord.
Polling district E3B, where cousins live. And I am told by people in St. Lucia she got about 8 cousins who would have been eligible. She got 2 votes. E4, another 4 votes. E5A, 11 votes. E5B, 4 votes. E6, another 4 votes. No, my friends, I say that in an element of jest, but it is a real problem. Because I was charitable enough to invite Ralph Thorne. And this is what leadership is about. You bring to St. James North an individual who is of unknown quality and unknown quantity. A character none of us know about. Neville Stringenberry here. You come as a visitor. We welcome you as a visitor. You say I won't run. You say I won't run in 6 different constituencies before you get to St. James North. We say, all right, but tell us something about yourself. What is your name? You get 4 different names and 2 different Christian names. Now, you can marry as a woman and change your surname, but I don't see how you change your Christian name from Yolande to Felicia. And I would have thought that by an entire campaign coming to an end, 3 full weeks have now virtually come to an end. We got 72 more hours, 3 days. You still can't get an answer to that. You still can't get an answer to that. And that is why I say to you that we can't come in here and be given any.
Oh, Lord.
I was asked to remind you that Hypersounds is performing later tonight. Hypersounds are performing. But going back to what I was saying, you can't get any half-baked foolishness with this here, no. We are not here to take instruction from Ralph Thorne on matters that he himself have refused to be silent, to speak on. There's no transparency, Ralph Thorne, in your political party. It was in this election that you began the campaign by condemning Mia Motley and Chad Blackman and the Barbados Labour Party, saying that Chad's selection was not transparent. Was it not this past week that a woman come out of the Democratic Labour Party, I can't even remember her name, Dumont or whatever, to say that she was brutally unfair by the same Ralph Thorne? What are we doing? And then he goes on with this foolishness every night about there being an oppressive government. The things I just told you about the fishing industry, the things I just told you about the sanitation workers, the things I just told you about the workers in the agriculture sector, does that sound like a government of oppression to you? That's a government that is looking to uplift people. And when he's tired with that foolishness, he goes down the road with Derek Allen and Richard Seeley, and y'all would have seen the edits. Y'all would have seen the edits, the disgraceful, idiotic behavior on their platform. Richard Seeley pretending to bark like a dog. Oh, good God. Is that what it has come to? I suppose I should not be surprised, because if you can hold John Boy's hand and run up and down the beach in St. Lawrence like a starstruck lover looking for the nastiest pool of water you can find to go in, you would reduce yourself eventually to barking like a dog. And then there's Derek Allen, who clearly, well, you would have seen him too. I ain't going to tell you what you saw. I have never seen a man spitting from a public platform. I have never seen a man belching in the microphone. I can only assume that he got his $300 that me and no talk about. But he spent all of it on a few brigands. He spent all $300 on some friends that got one eye. And it goes on and on. And my friends, I want you to sleep comfortably in your beds over the course of the next few days. I want you to sleep comfortably in your beds, knowing that this government will not take its eye off of the ball, and we are going to see this campaign through to the end, and we are going to bring a brilliant, capable, articulate, dedicated, hardworking young man up the steps of Parliament as soon as the election is over. But even as I say that to you, I want you to remember some of the things we did, not just for people in the wider sectors, but for you who working in the government services. Let us never forget that in 2020, for the first time, 3,000 people who were acting, and some who were in temporary posts that were not established. Temporary posts, and you all understand this working in government, that you could be toiling in a temporary post, but you can't go in the bank, getting a mortgage, no loan. They want a little something to advance yourself, fix your house, whatever, and you tell you, well, you're acting, so I can't do anything for you, please leave. But they don't tell you, please leave so, but you know, the banks are not necessarily very polite either. And we took 3,000 people in those circumstances who had been acting for 3 years or more. And we gave them effectively an appointment. And yes, Ralph Thorne, Mia Motley presided over a government that changed the Constitution of Barbados to do that for ordinary working class people in this country. And I made no apology for it. Who make you? Who make you? And I heard Kevon earlier tonight. I believe Mia corrected him in her speech. And the young man is doing a wonderful job in chairing these meetings, my friend. But it was not 2 wage increases. It was 3 wage increases that we gave to the people of this country in the middle of an IMF program. In the middle of an IMF program, the Deputy Prime Minister was on the platform tonight and she told you about the roads. But she also has responsibility for the buses. And I want you to know, don't mind the ignorance Ralph Thorne talks about, this constituency, like mine, and I know I'm very serious now, St. Andrew, between 2013 and 2018, St. Andrew was represented by the BLP, St. Joseph was represented by the BLP, St. James Central was represented by the BLP, St. James North was represented by the BLP, St. Thomas and, I left one, St. Peter. And the politics of spite prevailed. And there was not a road done in any of those constituencies. There was not a street light put in. You talk about community center now, but the community center was left to rot there because Edmund Hinkson was a BLP and nothing should be done in St. James North. Felicia Dujon, or whatever your name is, before you come here to talk, remember that you're asking people who are drinking from the well to forget who dig the blasted well. And we dug it. We dug it. And so tonight, that politics of spite was washed away. And for the first time in the North, so don't blame the government because everybody in the North need road. It isn't us who neglected it, but the spiteful, wicked brutes refused to do a road in any constituency held by a Barbados Labour Party member in the north of this island. Let us not forget that either. I am not going to be taking any pupillage on these things because I know what it was to have to endure that. These are the things that we did in order to bring healing to this country. And as sure as day follows night, you heard Santia, we can look after everybody because we were given everybody all 30 seats. We get it not once, we get it twice. And on current trajectory, these people are going to force the country to ask themselves whether they deserve a single seat ever again. We would love to have a sensible and strong opposition. Ralph Thorne is not it. And as I think about leaving this place, let me tell you what I needed to tell you from the beginning. This transaction that you see with Ralph Thorne leading them, that was not about any come to Jesus moment. That is about a simple thing, that there's a purse, there's a sum of money that is available to political parties in opposition. And the Democratic Labour Party effectively has lost the confidence of any donors, so they can't raise any money out there. So what they say they can do, say, Ralph, come cross with me. And when you come cross, then we could beg to see if we could get that money, that allowance that is given to opposition parties. Not recognizing that the law requires that you contest the election and win a seat as part of the party that you're running in. Not that you contest the election in the government, win the seat in the government, betray your colleagues, betray the people in Christchurch South who sent you to Parliament, and then turn around and say, don't mind all of that, see my hair, I want to get my half of that money. It can't work so. It can't work so. And I look forward to the conversations that we have to have as we go forward on how we make this country better and the politics more transparent, Ralph Thorne, because there has to be an accountability now for people like you who are, for people like him who are particularly set on being so two-faced in the political psychology, that they look at life during a general election from one perspective. And then when a prime minister have won a government And for no reason other than that, the Prime Minister choose to set her cabinet the way she can in her estimation. You choose that you ain't want nothing more to do with our Prime Minister. You go on elsewhere and our Prime Minister, by virtue of that exercise of the Prime Minister's sole discretion and nothing else, is the worst body in the world. That don't make sense to me. I have not heard an issue that justifies the Democratic Labour Party's presence in this election. I do not know why they are contesting this election other than to say that they're making up a number. There are independents who have put in a better performance than the whole Democratic Labour Party in this St. James North campaign. It is a disgrace. And I say to you tonight that let us punish the foolishness with your overwhelming vote come Wednesday morning, 5:30, put on your clothes. By 6 o'clock, be out of the house and at the polling station. You already heard, I can't even remember who it was, a person on this platform tonight for sure. I think it was Kirk. Tell you that you ain't going to do nothing so special, that you go to bed first, that you could well just go to the house. Brush your teeth, and go along out the house. We're not going to make love. We're going to cast a vote. You can come along back home when done. You ain't going to spend a lot of time with perfume and all kind of thing and cologne. The important thing is to fill up the ballot boxes between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. and then let us sit down, drink a cup of tea, and listen to the count so that it is Blackman, 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 Blackman all night long. And the same way that Edmund Hinkson was able to get 2,500 votes, let us give Chad a good send-in by giving him at least 3,000. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I thank you for being a warm and welcoming audience right across St. James North. Get home safely after you listen to Hypersounds. Good night, and God bless you all.
All right, St. James North. Hypersounds.
Yeah! We going big. We going big. We going big. Go big or go home. Hey! Big man, big action. Who we with? Pull up.
Y'all know what to do already, right? Hypersounds fans, keep some noise down here right now, right? Y'all know what we doing, right? Somebody put something in the air for Chad right now, man.
Hey, 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 hey.
And then we go say, yeah. And then we go say, And to tell me, girl, you look sweet like sugar. What you put in that waistline? Only raising my pressure. Seeking that sugar wine. Your sweetness only. It's only. And to tell me, if I stand up a little, would you push it back on? Getting me hyper. It's like I could jam on. Let me do this. 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 Come on, you give me sugar rush. I never felt this type of feeling. Pull up. That's not the feeling. I ain't the feeling. The feeling that I want, right? Play the next one before we come back to the child song. This is the feeling that we can do. This is the feeling that we want. Wednesday, you know what we're doing. I never feel so good with Chad Blackman yet. I never feel the big man and we going down with you so good. You know why? I leave my girlfriend home to do what is I jam in and there's so much I'm needing. I'm free to do what I want to. If we going with Chad, I want everybody sing with me. And the ballin'. Chad, nice. Which one should I like? Hey, girl, head tonight. One more time. And the ballin'. Cause it tight. She feeling so right. Master. And the beat is put-up. Tick a like a wine. Tick a like a wine. Put up. Tick a I never feel. Oh gosh, man, I'm telling you so good. With Charlie yet. I
I never feel. We have been a time and time so good. Pull up. We going big or what? Big or what? We going big. We going big. We going big. Or what? Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big. Come on. Big passion. We going to big Chad Blackman. You want intentionality to all these years of charity. In this country, you going big with Chad Blackman. We going here. And you say, big man, big heart, big action. Where we go? We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big action. We going big with Chad. We shout in the chat. And then what? And then what? We going big with Chad. One more time. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. So in case you never know, it's Hypersounds that singing this song. And when I hear the big man come, you know I had to come out and represent for the big man. You know that? Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Yes. You hear the things? We going here? Yes. So everybody, you know what you got to do. Tell a friend that got a friend that know a friend. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. What? Chad. Chad. We going big with Chad Blackman. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big heart, big action. Wait, Chad, you're going on very low. Yeah. Big man, big vision, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. So at the count of three, everybody say Chad. You ready? 1, 2, 3, Chad. 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 My name is Hypersounds and you know what it is. We going big with Chad. Big action, big action, big action all the time, Chad. From my community, from my heart to you, you belongs here, no one else. Hypersound said that. We going big, we going big, we going big. Go big or go home. Big man, big heart, big action. We going big with Chad Blackman. Big man, big vision, big passion.